1.2 Food and cooking. Food. Fish and seafood. 1,
Crab.
5,
Mussels.
6,
Prawns.
2,
Salmon.
3,
Squid.
4,
Tuna.
meat. 10,
Beef.
11,
Chicken.
8,
Duck.
9,
Lamb.
7,
Pork.
fruit and vegetables. 18,
Aubergine.
23,
Beetroot.
12,
Cabbage.
22,
Cherries.
20,
Courgette.
16,
Cucumber.
21,
Grapes.
25,
Green beans.
24,
Lemon.
17,
Mango.
13,
Melon.
19,
Peach.
14,
Pear.
26,
Raspberries.
15,
Red pepper.
1.3 Cooking. 4,
Boiled.
3,
Roast.
1,
Baked.
6,
Grilled.
2,
Fried.
5,
Steamed.
1.4
Fresh.
Frozen.
Low fat.
Raw.
Spicy.
Takeaway.
Tinned.
1.5
Fish. Squid. Chicken. Spicy. Grilled.
Tree. Beef. Steamed. Beans. Breakfast.
Cat. Prawns. Salmon. Lamb. Cabbage.
Car. Margarine. Carton. Jar. Warm.
Clock. Sausages. Roast. Chocolate. Box.
Horse. Oar. Raw. Fork. Boiled. Salt.
Bull. Cook. Sugar. Mushrooms. Food.
Boot. Ooh. Cucumber. Beetroot. Fruit. Duck.
1.6 A
I usually have meat or seafood, usually prawns or something as a starter, and then maybe lamb for the main course.
B.
I quite often have ready-made vegetable soups that you only have to heat up. In fact, they're the only vegetables I ever eat. And I usually have a couple of frozen pizzas in the freezer for emergencies. I don't really order takeaway when I'm on my own. But if I'm with friends in the evening, we sometimes order Chinese food for dinner.
C.
Eggs and Coke. I have eggs for breakfast at least twice a week, and I drink a couple of cans of Coke every day.
D.
If I'm feeling down, chicken soup with nice big pieces of chicken in it. It's warm and comforting. I usually have a banana before going to the gym. If I know I'm going to have a really long meeting, I usually have a coffee and a cake because I think it will keep me awake and give me energy.
E.
Fruit, cherries, strawberries, raspberries, and apples. Vegetables, peppers, tomatoes, and cucumbers. The only thing I really don't like is beetroot. I can't even stand the smell of it.
1.7. Part 1.
What was your favourite food when you were a child?
Well, I always liked unusual things. At least things that most English children at the time didn't like. For instance, when I was 6 or 7, my favourite things were snails. Oh, and prawns with garlic.
Funny things for a 6-year-old English boy to like.
Well, the thing is, my parents liked travelling and eating out a lot, and I first tried snails in France. And the prawns, my first prawns, I had at a Spanish restaurant in the town where we lived.
So you were keen on Spanish food right from the start? Is that why you decided to come to Spain?
Partly. But of course, I suppose, like a lot of British people, I wanted to see the sun. The other thing that attracted me when I got here were all the fantastic ingredients. I remember going into the market for the first time and saying, wow!
When you opened your restaurant, how did you want it to be different from typical Spanish restaurants?
Well, when I came to Spain, all the good restaurants were very formal, very traditional. In London then, the fashion was for informal places where the waiters wore jeans, but the food was amazing. So I wanted a restaurant a bit like that. I also wanted a restaurant where you could try more international food, but made with some of these fantastic local ingredients. For example, Spain's got wonderful seafood, but usually here it's just grilled or fried. I started doing things in my restaurant, like cooking Valencian mussels in Thai green curry paste.
What do you most enjoy cooking?
What I most enjoy cooking, I think, are those traditional dishes which use quite cheap ingredients, but they need very long and careful cooking, and then you turn it into something really special, like a really good casserole, for example.
And is there anything you don't like cooking?
Maybe desserts. You have to be very, very precise when you're making desserts, and that's not the way I am.
1.8. Part 2.
What's the best thing about running a restaurant?
I think the best thing is making people happy. That's why even after all this time I still enjoy it so much.
And the worst thing?
Oh, that's easy. It has to be the long hours. This week, for example, I'm cooking nearly every day. We usually close on Sundays and Mondays, but this Monday is a public holiday when lots of people want to eat out, so we're open.
Social AI is in all the British restaurant guides now. Does that mean you get a lot of British customers?
Yes, we get a lot of British people, especially at the weekends. But then we get people from other countries too.
And are the British customers and the Spanish customers very different?
Yes, I think they are. The British always say that everything is lovely, even if they've only eaten half of it. The Spanish, on the other hand, are absolutely honest about everything. They tell you what they like, they tell you what they don't like. I remember when I first opened, I had sushi on the menu, which was very unusual at that time. And I went into the dining room and I said to people, "So what do you think of the sushi?" And the customers, who were all Spanish, said, "Oh, it was awful. It was raw fish." Actually, I think I prefer that honesty because it helps us to know what people like.
What kind of customers do you find difficult?
I think customers who want me to cook something in a way that I don't think is very good. Let's see, a person who asks for a really well done steak, for instance. For me, that's a difficult customer. You know, they'll say, "I want a really, really well done steak." So I give them a really, really well done steak. And then they say, "It's tough." And I think, well, of course it's tough. It's well done. Well done steak is always tough.
People say that the Mediterranean diet is very healthy. Do you think people's eating habits in Spain are changing?
Well, I think they are changing. Unfortunately, I think they're getting worse. People are eating more unhealthily.
How do you notice that?
I see it especially with younger friends. They often eat in fast food restaurants. They don't cook. And actually, the younger ones come from a generation where their mothers don't cook either. That's what's happening now, and it's a real pity.
1.9. 1.
This week, for example, I'm cooking nearly every day. We usually close on Sundays and Mondays, but this Monday is a public holiday.
2.
The British always say that everything is lovely.
3.
Actually, I think I prefer that honesty because it helps us to know what people like.
4.
Unfortunately, I think they're getting worse. People are eating more unhealthily.
1.10. 1.
I work in a bank.
She studies Russian. We don't have any pets.
Jack doesn't wear glasses.
Where do you live?
Does your brother have a car?
2.
She usually has cereal for breakfast.
I'm never late for work.
We only eat out about once a month.
1.11.
Who are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for a friend.
Is your sister still going out with Adam?
No, they broke up. She isn't going out with anyone at the moment.
1.12.
What are you cooking?
I'm making pasta.
Great! I love pasta.
What are you looking for?
My car keys.
I'll help you in a moment.
But I need them now.
1.13.
I agree. In most top restaurants, the chef is a man. For example, Ferran Adrià or Jamie Oliver.
I don't agree. There are many more women chefs than before in restaurants. And at home, women cook much more than men.
That's true, but I still think men are better cooks. They're more adventurous in the kitchen.
In my opinion, that's only because they don't cook every day. It's easy to be adventurous if you only cook once a week.
I'm not sure. I know a lot of men who cook nearly every day.
I suppose it depends. Anyway, my brother-in-law...
1.14.
I agree.
I don't agree.
I'm not sure.
I think it depends.
For example,
In my opinion...
Mood food.
We live in a stressful world, and daily life can sometimes make us feel tired, stressed, or depressed. Some people go to the doctors for help. Others try alternative therapies. But the place to find a cure could be somewhere completely different. In the kitchen. Dr. Paul Clayton, a food expert from Middlesex University, says, "The brain is affected by what you eat and drink, just like every other part of your body. Certain types of food contain substances which affect how you think and feel. For example, food which is high in carbohydrates can make us feel more relaxed. It also makes us feel happy. Research has shown that people on diets often begin to feel a little depressed after 2 weeks because they are eating fewer carbohydrates. On the other hand, food which is rich in protein makes us feel awake and focused. Research has shown that school children who eat a high-protein breakfast often do better at school than children whose breakfast is lower in protein. Also, eating the right kind of meal at lunchtime can make a difference if you have an exam in the afternoon or a business meeting where you need to make some quick decisions. In an experiment for a BBC TV programme, 2 chess players, both former British champions, had different meals before playing each other. Paul had a plate of prosciutto and salad, full of protein from the red meat. And his opponent, Terry, had pasta with a creamy sauce, full of carbohydrate. In the chess match, Terry felt sleepy and took much longer than Paul to make decisions about what moves to make. The experiment was repeated several times with the same result. Another powerful mood food could become a secret weapon in the fight against crime. In Bournemouth, in the south of England, where late-night violence can be a problem, some nightclub owners have come up with a solution. They give their clients free chocolate at the end of the night. The results have been dramatic, with a 60% reduction in violent incidents. Why does chocolate make people less aggressive? First, it causes the brain to release feel-good chemicals called endorphins. It also contains a lot of sugar, which gives you energy and can help stop late-night tiredness turning into aggression. These 2 things, together with a delicious taste, make chocolate a powerful mood changer. Mood food. What the experts say. Blueberries and cocoa can raise concentration levels for up to 5 hours. Food that is high in protein helps your brain to work more efficiently. For relaxation and to sleep better, eat carbohydrates. Dark green vegetables, e.g. cabbage and spinach, and oily fish, e.g. salmon, eaten regularly can help to fight depression.
1.15
Family life is changing in the UK, but not in the way we might think. When the BBC did a survey of families in Britain, they expected to find that family relationships were suffering because of the decline in traditional family structures. However, some of the results were quite surprising. 58% of men and 39% of women aged 20 to 24 still live at home with their parents. 85% think that it is right for parents to charge rent to children over 25 who have a job and are living at home. 30% use the internet at least once a week to contact their families. On average, adults live 130 kilometres from their parents. 95% of people say that they have a close family. 60% of people have a meal with their immediate family every day. 26% say that their families never argue. 17% have family members who they don't speak to anymore. 75% think that families should look after grandparents. 75% of people are happiest with their families. 17% are happiest with friends.
1.16. 1.
So, what are you going to do next year, dear? Are you going to go to university? Adam, can you hear me?
Sorry, Gran. What did you say?
I said, are you going to go to university next year?
No, Gran. I've already told you loads of times. I'm not going to go to university yet. I'm going to look for a job. I need to earn some money.
All right, dear. You don't need to shout. I can hear perfectly well, thank you. What's the time now?
10 to 4. Shall I make you a cup of tea?
Yes, please, dear. That'd be very nice.
2.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Hey, what do you mean tomorrow? Aren't you coming back tonight?
No, I told you about it yesterday. I'm going to a party at Katie's. I'm staying the night there.
Who else is going?
Oh, just the usual crowd. You don't know any of them.
Well, make sure you don't go to bed too late. And don't forget...
Bye!
Where's your coat? You can't go out like that. It's going to be cold tonight.
Bye!
Three.
Can I use your car tonight?
No, you can't.
Oh, you said you didn't need it. Why can't I borrow it?
Because you won't look after it. You'll drive too fast.
I won't, I promise. I'll drive really slowly. I'll be really careful.
Oh, all right then.
Thanks. See ya!
One 1.17.
My sister's going to adopt a child.
Are you going to buy a new car or a second-hand one?
I'm not going to go to New York tomorrow. The meeting is cancelled.
1.18.
Barcelona are going to win. They're playing really well.
Look at those black clouds. I think it's going to rain.
1.19.
Lorna and Jamie are getting married in October.
We're meeting at 10 tomorrow in Jack's office.
Jane's leaving on Friday and coming back next Tuesday.
1.20. 1.
I'll have the steak.
I won't tell anybody where you are.
I'll carry that bag for you.
You'll love New York. I'll be at home all afternoon.
2.
Shall I help you with your homework?
Shall we eat out tonight?
1.21. 1.
Are you coming home for dinner tonight?
No, I'm going out with my friends.
2.
What are you going to do in the summer?
We're going to rent a house with my sister and her husband.
3.
Do you think they'll have children soon?
I don't think so. Not for a few years, anyway.
1.23. Personality. What are they like? 1.
Selfish people think about themselves and not about other people.
2.
A competitive person always wants to win.
3.
Spoiled children behave badly because they are given everything they want.
4.
An aggressive person gets angry quickly and likes fighting and arguing.
5.
Charming people have an attractive personality and make people like them.
6.
A sensible person has common sense and is practical.
7.
A sociable person is friendly and enjoys being with other people.
8.
Anxious people are often worried or stressed.
9.
A moody person is happy one minute and sad the next, and is often bad-tempered.
10.
Independent people like doing things on their own, without help.
11.
A bossy person likes giving orders to other people.
12.
An affectionate person shows that they love or like people very much.
13.
A jealous person thinks that someone loves another person more than them or wants what other people have.
14.
A sensitive person can be easily hurt or offended.
15.
An ambitious person wants to be successful in life.
16.
A reliable person is someone who you can trust or depend on.
17.
A rebellious person doesn't like obeying rules.
18.
A stubborn person never changes his opinion or attitude about something.
1.24. Opposites.
Clever.
Stupid.
Generous.
Mean.
Insecure.
Self-confident.
Lazy.
Hard-working.
Quiet.
Talkative.
Shy.
Outgoing.
1.25. Negative prefixes.
Unambitious.
Unfriendly.
Dishonest.
Unimaginative.
Unkind.
Disorganized.
Unreliable.
Unselfish.
Unsociable.
Untidy.
Immature.
Impatient.
Irresponsible.
Insensitive.
1.26. 1.
Jealous. Anxious. Ambitious. Generous. Rebellious.
2.
Sociable. Reliable.
3.
Responsible. Sensible.
4.
Competitive. Talkative. Aggressive. Sensitive.
5.
Unfriendly. Insecure. Impatient. Immature.
1.27.
This morning we're talking about family and family life. And now Danielle Barnes is going to tell us about a book she's just read called Birth Order by Linda Blair. So what's the book about, Danielle?
Well, it's all about how our position in the family influences the kind of person we are. I mean, whether we're firstborn, a middle child, a youngest child, or an only child. Linda Blair argues that our position in the family is possibly the strongest influence on our character and personality.
So tell us more about this, Danielle. What about the oldest children in a family, the firstborn?
Well, firstborn children often have to look after their younger brothers and sisters, so they're usually sensible and responsible as adults. They also tend to be ambitious, and they make good leaders. Many US presidents and British prime ministers, including, for example, Winston Churchill, were oldest children. On the negative side, oldest children can be insecure and anxious. This is because when the second child was born, they lost some of their parents' attention, and maybe they felt rejected.
That's all very interesting. What about the middle child?
Middle children are usually more relaxed than oldest children. That's probably because the parents are more relaxed themselves by the time the second child arrives. They're usually very sociable, the kind of people who get on with everybody, and they're also usually sensitive to what other people need. Now, this is because they grew up between older and younger brothers and sisters. For the same reason, they are often quite good at sorting out arguments. And they're always sympathetic to the ones on the losing side, or in general to people who are having problems. On the other hand, middle children can sometimes be unambitious, and they can lack direction in life.
And youngest children?
I was very interested in this part of the book, as I'm a youngest child myself. It seems that youngest children are often very outgoing and charming. This is the way they try to get the attention of both their parents and their older brothers and sisters. They are often more rebellious, and this is probably because it's easier for the youngest children to break the rules. By this time, their parents are more relaxed about discipline. On the negative side, youngest children can be immature and disorganised, and they often depend too much on other people. This is because they have always been the baby of the family.
Fascinating. And finally, what about only children?
Only children usually do very well at school because they've a lot of contact with adults. They get a lot of love and attention from their parents, so they're typically self-confident. They're also independent, as they're used to being by themselves. And because they spend a lot of time with adults, they're often very organised.
Well, I'm an only child myself, and people always think that I must be spoiled. Is that true according to Linda Blair?
Well, it's true that only children can sometimes be spoilt by their parents because they're given everything they ask for. Also on the negative side, only children can be quite selfish, and they can also be impatient, especially when things go wrong. This is because they're not used to sorting out problems with other brothers and sisters.
1.35 Money. Verbs. 1.
My uncle is going to leave me £2,000. I'm going to inherit £2,000.
2.
I put some money aside every week for a holiday. I save money every week.
3.
My brother has promised to give me €50 until next week. He has promised to lend me €50.
4.
I need to ask my mum to give me £20 until Friday. I need to borrow £20 from my mum.
5.
I often spend money on stupid things. I often waste money.
6.
I don't have enough money to buy that car. I can't afford to buy that car.
7.
I usually have to pay the mechanic £100 to service my car. The mechanic charges me £100.
8.
These shoes are quite expensive. They're $200. They cost $200.
9.
Jim gave me £100. I haven't paid it back yet. I owe Jim £100.
10.
I want to put money in a bank account. They'll give me 5% interest. I want to invest some money.
11.
I work in a supermarket. They pay me £1,000 a month. I earn £1,000 a month.
12.
I could sell my house for about €200,000. My house is worth about €200,000.
13.
We need to get people to give money to build a new hospital. We want to raise money for the new hospital.
1.36. Prepositions. 1.
Would you like to pay in cash or by credit card?
2.
I paid for the dinner last night. It was my birthday.
3.
I spent £50 on books yesterday.
4.
My uncle invested all his money in property.
5.
I don't like lending money to friends.
6.
I borrowed a lot of money from the bank.
7.
They charged us €60 for a bottle of wine.
8.
I can only lend you the money if you pay me back next week.
9.
I never get into debt. I hate owing people money.
1.37. Nouns. 1.
Note.
2.
Coin.
3.
Bill.
4.
Salary.
5.
Tax.
6.
Loan.
7.
Mortgage.
8.
Cash machine.
1.38.
Up. Ah. Done. Money. Nothing. Some. One. Worry.
Clock. Cost. Dollar. Honest. Shopping.
Phone. O. Clothes. Loan. Note. O. Sold.
1.39.
Afford. Order. Worth. Organised. Mortgage. Store. Work.
1.40. 1.
I'm a spender, I think. I try to save, but something always seems to come along that I need to buy, and I finish up broke. I can get by with very little money for myself when I need to, but I don't seem to be good at holding on to it. Also, if my kids ask to borrow some money, I always say yes.
2.
I would say that I'm a spender. I spend money on things like concerts or on trips because I like having the experience and the memories. I know that I should spend my money on things that last or save for the future. But I don't want to miss all those good things that are happening right now.
3.
I consider myself a spender. I don't have much money, but when I do have some, there's always something I need or want to spend it on. I love computers and computer games, so I often buy things to make sure my computer's always up to date. I know it's not very sensible, but it's important to me.
4.
That's difficult to say. I can save money if there's something I really, really want, but usually my money disappears as soon as I get it. I get some money from my parents every week, so I have just enough money to go to the cinema with my friends and to buy something for myself. Maybe a book or a DVD or some makeup. I usually end up buying something. But, for example, if I want to go on a trip with my friends, then I can make an effort and save some money for a few weeks.
5.
Since I was very small, I've always saved about a third of the money I get. I would never think of spending all the money I have. You could say that I'm careful about money. When I want to buy something which is expensive, I don't use a credit card. I take the money out of the bank, and so I never have to worry about getting into debt.
6.
I'd say a saver, definitely. I like having some money saved in case I have an emergency. I also think very carefully before I buy something, and I always make sure it's the best I can buy for that price. But I wouldn't describe myself as mean. I love buying presents for people, and when I do spend my money, I like to buy nice things, even if they're more expensive.
1.41.
I haven't seen those shoes before. Are they new?
Yes, I've just bought them. Do you like them?
They're okay. How much did they cost?
Oh, not much. They were a bargain, under £100.
You mean 99.99? That isn't cheap for a pair of shoes. Anyway, we can't afford to buy new clothes at the moment.
Why not?
Have you seen this?
No. What is it?
The phone bill. It arrived this morning, and we haven't paid the electricity bill yet.
Well, what about the iPad you bought last week?
What about it?
You didn't need a new one. The old one worked perfectly well.
But I needed the new model.
Well, I needed some new shoes.
1.42. 1.
I've been to London, but I haven't been to Oxford.
Have you ever lost your credit card?
Sally has never met Bill's ex-wife.
2.
I've cut my finger.
Too late. Our train has just left.
3.
I've already seen this film twice. Can't we watch another one?
My brother hasn't found a new job yet. He's still looking.
Have you finished your homework yet?
No, not yet.
1.43.
They got married last year.
What time did you wake up this morning?
I didn't have time to do my homework.
1.44.
I've been to Madrid twice. I went there in 1998 and 2002.
I've bought a new computer. I bought it last Saturday.
Are you a spender or a saver? 1. You go shopping and you see something very expensive that you really want but can't afford. You
A. Buy it with your credit card. You can worry about the bill next month. B. Already have some money in the bank and plan to save for a couple of weeks and then buy the thing you want. C. Borrow the money and agree to pay back a small amount every week.
2. You get £100 for your birthday. You
A. Spend some of it and save some. B. Go straight to a shopping centre and spend it all. C. Put all of it in your bank account until you know what you want to spend it on.
3. Do you always know how much money you have? How much money you've spent and on what?
A. Yes, I'm very organised and know exactly what I have and what I've spent. B. No, I haven't got a clue. When I have money, I usually just spend it. C. I usually have a rough idea about what I spend my money on.
4. You've borrowed some money from a friend, but you don't think that you'll be able to pay it back by the time you promise to. You...
A. Don't worry about it. Hopefully your friend will forget about it too. B. Work out how much money you have and how much you owe. You speak to your friend and explain the situation and offer to pay the money back in small instalments. C. Speak to your friend and promise that you'll pay him or her back, but it might take a bit longer than you first thought.
5. You have a friend who often borrows money from you and never pays it back. He or she wants to borrow £50. You...
A. Lend him or her the money. You can afford it, and it doesn't matter if you don't get it back. B. Say no. He or she owes you too much already. C. Lend the money, but explain that it is the last time until he or she has paid back this loan.
1.45. Part 1.
Jane, you're a primary school teacher and a writer. What kind of books do you write?
Well, I write books for children who are learning English as a foreign language.
How long have you been a writer?
Let me see. Since 1990. So for about 22 years.
Tell us about the trip that changed your life. Where were you going?
Well, it was in the summer of 2008, and my family, my husband and I and our 3 children, decided to have a holiday of a lifetime and to go to Africa. We went to Uganda and Rwanda to see the mountain gorillas. It was something we'd always wanted to do. Anyway, about halfway through the trip, we were in Uganda and we were travelling in a lorry when the lorry broke down. So the driver had to find a mechanic to come and help fix it.
And then what happened?
Well, as soon as we stopped, lots of children appeared and surrounded us. I could see some long buildings quite near, so I asked the children what they were, and they said in English, "That's our school." And I was very curious to see what a Ugandan school was like, so I asked them to show it to me.
What was it like?
I was shocked when I first saw it. The walls were falling down, the blackboards were broken, and there weren't many desks. But the children were so friendly, and I asked them if they would like to learn a song in English. They said yes, and I started teaching them some songs, like Head, Shoulders, Knees and Toes, a song I've used all over the world to teach children parts of the body. Almost immediately, the classroom filled up with children of all ages, and they all wanted to learn. I was just amazed by how quickly they learned the song.
Did you meet the teachers?
Yes, we did, and the headmaster too. He explained that the school was called St. Joseph's, and it was a community school for orphans, very poor children and refugees. I asked him what the school needed. I thought that he might say, "We need books or paper," and then later we could send them to him. But actually, he said, "What we need is a new school." And I thought, yes, of course, he's right. These children deserve to have better conditions than this to learn in. So when I got back home, my husband and I, and other people who were with us on the trip, decided to set up an organisation to get money to build a new school.
1.46. Part 2.
So, Adelante Africa was born. Why did you decide to call it that?
Well, we wanted a name that gave the idea of Africa moving forward. And my husband is Spanish, and he suggested Adelante Africa because in Spanish, adelante means go forward. And Adelante Africa sort of sounded better than go forward Africa.
How long did it take to raise the money for the new school?
Amazingly enough, not long really, only about 2 years. The school opened on the 14th of March 2010 with 75 children. Today it has nearly 500 children.
That's great. I understand that since the new school opened, you've been working on other projects for these children.
Yes. When we opened the school, we realised that although the children now had a beautiful new school, they couldn't really make much progress because they were suffering from malnutrition, malaria, things like that. So we've been working to improve their diet and health. And at the moment, we're building a house where children who don't have families can live.
And are your children involved in Adelante Africa too?
Yes, absolutely. They all go out to Uganda at least once a year. My daughter Tessie runs the Facebook page, and my other daughter Anna runs a project to help children to go to secondary school. And Georgie, my son, organises a football tournament there every year.
And how do you think you have most changed the children's lives?
I think the school has changed the children's lives because it has given them hope. People from outside came and listened to them and cared about them. But it's not only the children whose lives have changed. Adelante Africa has also changed me and my family. We have been very lucky in life. I feel that life has given me a lot. Now I want to give something back. But it's not all giving. I feel that I get more from them than I give. I love being there. I love their smiles and how they have such a strong sense of community. And I love feeling that my family and the other members of Adelante Africa are accepted as part of that community.
And do you have a website?
Yes, we do. It's www.adelanteafrica.com. We've had the website for about 4 years. It was one of the first things we set up. If you'd like to find out more about Adelante Africa, please go there and have a look. There are lots of photos and even a video my son took of me teaching the children to sing on that very first day. Maybe it will change your life too. Who knows?
1.47.
They've known each other for 10 years.
Julia has had that bag since she was at university.
How long have you worked here?
Since 1996.
How long has your brother had his motorbike?
For about a year.
1.48. 1.
How long have you been learning English?
Nick has been working here since April.
They've been going out together for about 3 years.
2.
Your eyes are red. Have you been crying?
No, I've been cutting onions.
1.49. 1.
How long have you been learning French?
2.
I've been learning French for 3 years.
3.
How long has it been raining?
4.
It's been raining since lunchtime.
5.
How long have you been waiting?
6.
I've been waiting for half an hour.
1.50. 1.
It's snowing. How long has it been snowing?
2.
I'm learning Russian. How long have you been learning Russian?
3.
Susan has been working in Italy. How long has Susan been working in Italy?
4.
John is looking for a job. How long has John been looking for a job?
5.
They're living with Mary's parents. How long have they been living with Mary's parents?
6.
I'm going to salsa classes. How long have you been going to salsa classes?
7.
It's raining. How long has it been raining?
8.
Justin is going out with Brittany. How long has Justin been going out with Brittany?
1.51. Phone call 1.
Everything went wrong. I only managed half a day on Wednesday, the first day, and on Thursday we started late, so I'm already behind. I've been suffering from the heat. It's absolutely boiling and the humidity is 100% at lunchtime. I went the wrong way and I had to paddle against the current. I was exhausted. They asked me, "Do you want to give up?" But I said no, because I've also been having a wonderful time. There are pink dolphins, pink, not grey, that come close to the boat. I think that if I can do 100 kilometres a day, then I can make it.
Phone call 2.
I've been on the Amazon for a week now, and I've been paddling for 6 out of the 7 days. The river is incredibly wide, and it's very hard to paddle in a straight line. The water is so brown that I can't see my paddle once it goes under the surface. It looks like melted chocolate. I start at 5:30 in the morning, and I paddle for at least 10 hours, from 5:30 a.m. until dark, with only a short break for lunch. My hands have been giving me problems. I have big blisters. I now have them bandaged in white tape. I'm usually on the water for at least 10 hours. It's boring at times, exciting at others. I listen to music on my iPod. I've been listening to Don't Stop Me Now by Queen to inspire me.
Phone call 3.
I haven't been feeling very well this week. The problem is heat exhaustion. They say it's because I haven't been drinking enough water. I've been travelling 100 kilometres a day, which is my target. But yesterday, after 84 kilometres, I was feeling sick and my head was aching and I had to stop and rest.
$1.52. Phone call 4.
I haven't had any music for the last 3 days because my iPod broke, so paddling has been getting more boring. To pass the time, I count or I name countries in my head, and sometimes I just look up at the sky. Sometimes the sky is pink with clouds that look like cotton wool. Other times it's dark, like the smoke from a fire, and sometimes it's bright blue. The day that I reached the halfway point in my trip, the sky was bright blue. I'm superstitious, so I didn't celebrate. There's still a very long way to go.
Phone call 5.
This week, the mosquitoes have been driving me mad. They obviously think I'm easy food. They especially like my feet. I wake up in the night when they bite me and I can't stop scratching my feet. But I'm feeling happier now than I've been feeling for weeks. I've seen a lot of amazing wildlife this week. One day, I found myself in the middle of a group of dolphins. There were about 6 pairs jumping out of the water. I've also seen enormous butterflies, iguanas, and vultures which fly above me in big groups. Yesterday, a fish jumped into my kayak. Maybe it means I'm going to be lucky. I am starting to feel a bit sad that this adventure is coming to an end. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
And finally, on the news, BBC presenter Helen Skelton has successfully completed her 3,200-kilometre journey down the Amazon River in a kayak. She set off from Nauta in Peru 6 weeks ago on a journey which many people said would be impossible. But yesterday, she crossed the finish line at Almarim in Brazil to become the first woman to paddle down the Amazon. Here's Helen.
It's been hard, but I've had an amazing time. The only thing I've really missed is my dog, Barney. So, the first thing I'm going to do will be to pick him up and take him for a nice long walk.
1.53. 1,
Was Lisa's father angry about the car?
Yes, he was furious.
2,
Is Oliver's flat small?
Yes, it's really tiny. Just a bedroom and a sitting room.
3,
Are you afraid of flying?
Yes, I'm terrified. I never fly anywhere.
4,
Was the food nice?
Yes, it was delicious.
5,
Are you very hungry?
I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day.
6,
Is your parents' house big?
It's enormous. It has 7 bedrooms.
7,
Was it cold in Moscow?
It was freezing. -20 degrees.
8,
Was Jack's kitchen dirty?
It was filthy. It took us 3 hours to clean it.
9,
Are your parents happy about the wedding?
They're delighted. In fact, they want to pay for everything.
10,
Was the film funny?
It was hilarious. We laughed the whole way through.
11,
Are you sure you locked the door?
I'm positive. I remember turning the key.
12,
Were you surprised to hear that Ted is getting married?
I was absolutely amazed. I never thought it would happen.
TV presenters Amazon Challenge. Helen Skelton hopes to become the first woman to kayak down the Amazon River. Helen Skelton is a 26-year-old TV presenter of Blue Peter, a BBC programme for young people. She has never been afraid of a challenge. Last year, she became the second woman to complete the 78-mile ultra-marathon in Namibia, running the 3 consecutive marathons in 23 hours and 50 minutes. But when Blue Peter decided to do something to raise money for the charity Sports Relief, which sponsors projects in the UK and abroad, Skelton said that she wanted an even bigger challenge. So they suggested that she kayak 3,200 kilometres down the Amazon from Nauta in Peru to Almarim in Brazil. This is a very risky trip. There are no roads, no towns, only rainforest and the river, which is sometimes more than 40 kilometres wide and infested with crocodiles. If she falls ill, it will take around 11 hours to fly her to a hospital. Helen has only been kayaking once before in her life, so she has been training 4 hours a day. Last week, she arrived at the Amazon in Peru. After 2 days kayaking, she made the first of her phone calls to the BBC.
1.28.
My name's Jenny Zielinski, and New York is my city. I live here, and I work for a magazine, New York 24/7.
My name's Rob Walker. I'm a writer on New York 24/7. You can probably tell from my accent that I'm not actually from New York. I'm British, and I came over to the States a few months ago.
I met Rob in London when I was visiting the UK on a work trip. He was writing for the London edition of 24/7. We got along well right away. I really liked him.
So, why am I in New York? Because of Jenny, of course. When they gave me the opportunity to work here for a month, I took it immediately. It gave us the chance to get to know each other better. When they offered me a permanent job, I couldn't believe it.
I helped Rob find an apartment, and now here we are, together in New York. I'm so happy. I just hope Rob's happy here too.
I really loved living in London. A lot of my friends and family are there, so of course I still miss it. But New York's a fantastic city. I've got a great job, and Jenny's here too.
Things are changing pretty fast in the office. We have a new boss, Don Taylor. And things are changing in my personal life too. This evening's kind of important. I'm taking Rob to meet my parents for the very first time. I just hope it goes well.
1.29.
I can't believe we got here so late.
I'm sorry, Jenny. I had to finish that article for Dawn.
Don't forget the chocolates.
Okay. Oh no!
I don't believe it. Don't tell me you forgot them.
I think they're still on my desk.
You're kidding.
You know what my desk's like.
Yeah, it's a complete mess.
Oh.
Why don't you ever tidy it?
We could go and buy some more.
How can we get some more? We're already late. Hi there!
You made it!
Sorry we're late. So this is my mom and dad, Harry and Sally. And this, of course, is Rob.
Hello.
It's so nice to meet you at last.
Yes, Jenny's finally decided to introduce you to us. Good to meet you.
Come in.
Mom, I'm really sorry. We bought you some chocolates, but we left them at the office.
Oh, what a pity. Never mind.
Yeah, don't worry about it. We know what a busy young woman you are. And your mom has made way too much food for this evening anyway.
Oh, Harry.
But I also have some good news.
Really? What's that?
Well, you know we have a new boss.
Mm-hmm.
He's still new to the job and needs support. So today, he made me the managing editor of the magazine.
So you've got a promotion. How fantastic!
That's great news. Hey, does that mean Jenny's going to be your boss, Rob?
Yes, I guess so.
Well, not exactly. I'm a manager, but I'm not Rob's manager.
Let's go and have dinner.
What a great idea.
1.30. 1.
Don't forget the chocolates.
Okay. Oh no!
I don't believe it. Don't tell me you forgot them.
I think they're still on my desk.
You're kidding.
2.
Mom, I'm really sorry. We bought you some chocolates, but we left them at the office.
Oh, what a pity. Never mind.
3.
But I also have some good news.
Really? What's that?
4.
So you've got a promotion. How fantastic!
That's great news.
5.
Let's go and have dinner.
What a great idea.
1.31.
You're kidding. I don't believe it.
Really? How fantastic!
That's great news!
What a great idea!
Oh no!
What a pity. Never mind.
$1.32.
You know, our Jenny has done incredibly well, Rob. She's the first member of our family to study at Harvard. She's a very capable and ambitious young woman.
Dad.
No, it's true, Jenny.
But what about you, Rob? How do you see your career? Do you see yourself going into management?
Me? No, not really. I'm more of a writer.
Really? What kind of things do you write?
You know, interviews, reviews, things like that. And I'm doing a lot of work for the online magazine.
Rob's a very talented writer, Dad. He's very creative.
That's great, but being creative doesn't always pay the bills.
You know, my dad's a very keen photographer. He took all of these photos.
Oh, Rob won't be interested in those.
But I am interested. I mean, I like photography. And I think I recognize some of these people.
That's because most of them are of Jenny.
But there are some great jazz musicians too. That's Miles Davis. And isn't that John Coltrane? And that's Wynton Marsalis.
You know about Wynton Marsalis?
Know about him? I've interviewed him.
How incredible! I love that guy. He's a hero of mine.
Well, he's a really nice guy. I spent a whole day with him, chatting and watching him rehearse.
Really? I want to hear all about it.
Have a cookie, Rob.
Go ahead, son. Sally makes the best cookies in New York.
$1.33.
How do you see your career?
Not really. I'm more of a writer. You know, interviews, reviews, things like that. I mean, I like photography.
That's because most of them are of Jenny. How incredible!
Well, he's a really nice guy.
Go ahead, son.
$1.54. Emma.
What do you like eating when you're feeling a bit down?
Chocolate. I think it's a bit of a cliche, but I'm a girl and I like chocolate, and that's probably where I go to. Or ice cream as well. Chocolate ice cream is probably the ideal food.
Does it make you feel better?
It makes me feel better temporarily when it's in my mouth, but then about 10 minutes later I usually feel quite sick.
Andrew.
How often do you eat out?
Lately I've been eating out a lot, but I try not to eat out to save money.
What kind of places do you go to?
I like any kind of Asian food, and steak is good, but it's kind of expensive.
Why do you like these kinds of restaurants?
I like them because they're different. I like to cook, and the food is different from the things that I know how to make.
Ben.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
I've got one brother. He's 4 years younger than me.
How well do you get on with him?
Oh, very well, very well. We went to school together. We rode together. We've done sport together. We've been on holiday together. So we get on well.
Zenobia.
Are you a spender or a saver?
I'm a very big spender.
Can you give examples?
Bags.
have a weakness for bags. I love designer bags, and when I see something in the shop which is on sale and it's half price and reduced, all my savings for the last 3 months would go on that item. So bags is a weakness. Bags, bags, bags.
Simone.
Have you ever taken part in a charity event?
Yes, when I was younger, I took part in a charity bike ride and I cycled round a park for as long as I could, and I earned quite a lot of money for an 8-year-old to do that.
What was it for?
It was arranged by a TV show called Blue Peter, and it was for their charity. So I don't know where they spent the money, but it was for Blue Peter. Yeah.
How much money did you raise?
About £100 roughly when I was about 8. That was nice.
2.2 Transport. Public transport and vehicles. 6.
Carriage.
2.
Coach.
7.
Lorry.
3.
Motorway.
1.
Platform.
8.
Scooter.
4.
The underground.
9.
Tram.
5.
Van.
2.3 On the road. 1.
Car crash.
2.
Cycle lane.
3.
Parking fine.
4.
Pedestrian zone.
5.
Petrol station.
6.
Roadworks.
7.
Rush hour.
8.
Seatbelt.
9.
Speed camera.
10.
Speed limit.
11.
Taxi rank.
12.
Traffic lights.
13.
Traffic jam.
14.
Zebra crossing.
2.4
Shower. Sh.
Jazz. J.
Chess. Ch.
2.5
Shower. Sh. Crash. Rush. Station.
Jazz. J. Bridge. Journey. Traffic jam.
Chess. Ch. Adventure. Catch. Coach.
2.6 1. A.
Cheap.
B.
Jeep.
2. A.
Chain.
B.
Jane.
3. A.
Choke.
B.
Joke.
4. A.
Ship.
B.
Chip.
5. A.
Shoes.
B.
Choose.
6. A.
Wash.
B.
Watch.
2.7 1.
Jeep.
2.
Chain.
3.
Joke.
4.
Chip.
5.
Shoes.
6.
Watch.
2.8 1,
Do you like chips?
2,
I'm going to wash it.
3,
You choose.
4,
Don't joke about it.
5,
Is it cheap?
2.10.
Jeremy Clarkson, who had travelled in the boat, ran into London City Airport and ran straight to the check-in desk. The man at the check-in desk said,
Unfortunately, a gentleman on a bike has checked in already.
Jeremy couldn't believe it. He looked at Richard Hammond, who was standing nearby, laughing. They waited for the other two to arrive. They needed public transport to come last. Top Gear, after all, is a programme about cars. A few minutes later came the Stig. He was third. And 15 minutes later, James, who had come by car, arrived at the airport. Disaster. Public transport had beaten the car.
2.11. 1,
My sister is a bit taller than me.
London is more expensive than Edinburgh.
This test is less difficult than the last one.
Olive oil is better for you than butter.
2,
The new sofa isn't as comfortable as the old one.
I don't have as many books as I used to.
2.12. 1,
My father drives faster than me.
You walk more quickly than I do.
Liverpool played worse today than last week.
2,
Max doesn't speak English as well as his wife does.
I don't earn as much as my boss.
2.13.
Kevin is the tallest player in the team.
Oslo is the most expensive capital city in Europe.
The small bag is the least expensive.
Lucy is the best student in the class.
Who dresses the most stylishly in your family?
That's the worst we've ever played.
2.14. 1,
Riding a motorbike is more exciting than driving.
2,
The fastest train only takes an hour and a half.
3,
It's more difficult to drive at night than during the day.
4,
My father's worse at driving than my mother.
5,
The most dangerous road in my town is the Ring Road.
2.15.
And on tonight's programme, we talk to Tom Dixon, who is an expert on road safety. Tom, new technology like SatNav has meant new distractions for drivers, hasn't it?
That's right, Nikki, but it isn't just technology that's the problem. Car drivers do a lot of other things while they're driving, which are dangerous and which can cause accidents. Remember, driver distraction is the #1 cause of road accidents.
Now, I know you've been doing a lot of tests with simulators. According to your tests, what's the most dangerous thing to do when you're driving?
The tests we did in a simulator showed that the most dangerous thing to do while you're driving is to send or receive a text message. This is incredibly dangerous and it is, of course, illegal. In fact, research done by the police shows that this is more dangerous than drinking and driving.
Why is that?
Well, the reason is obvious. Many people use two hands to text, one to hold the phone and the other to type, which means that they don't have their hands on the wheel, and they are looking at the phone, not at the road. Even for people who can text with one hand, it is still extremely dangerous. In the tests we did in the simulator, 2 of the drivers crashed while texting.
And which is the next most dangerous?
The next most dangerous thing is to set or adjust your sat-nav. This is extremely hazardous too, because although you can do it with one hand, you still have to take your eyes off the road for a few seconds.
And number 3?
Number 3 was putting on makeup or doing your hair. In fact, this is something that people often do, especially women, of course, when they stop at traffic lights. But if they haven't finished when the lights change, they often carry on when they start driving again. It's that fatal combination of just having one hand on the steering wheel and looking in the mirror, not at the road.
And number 4?
In 4th place, there are 2 activities which are equally dangerous. One of them is making a phone call on a mobile. Our research showed that when people talk on the phone, they drive more slowly, which can be just as dangerous as driving fast. But their control of the car gets worse, because they're concentrating on the phone call and not on what's happening on the road. But the other thing, which is just as dangerous as talking on your mobile, is eating and drinking. In fact, if you do this, you double your chance of having an accident, because eating and drinking always involves taking at least one hand off the steering wheel. And the worrying thing here is that people don't think of this as a dangerous activity at all, and it isn't even illegal.
And in 5th, well, actually 6th place, it must be listening to music. But which one?
Well, it's listening to music you know.
Oh, that's interesting.
We found in our tests that when drivers were listening to music they knew and liked, they drove either faster or slower, depending on whether the music was fast or slow.
So fast music made drivers drive faster.
Exactly. And a study in Canada also found that if the music was very loud, then drivers' reaction time was 20% slower. If you're listening to very loud music, you're twice as likely to go through a red light.
So the safest of all of the things in the list is to listen to music we don't know.
Exactly. If we don't know the music, then it doesn't distract us. In this part of the tests, all drivers drove safely.
2.17. 1.
I saw an old man with a dog.
2.
It's a nice house.
She's a lawyer.
3.
What an awful day.
4.
I have classes 3 times a week.
2.18. 1.
I saw an old man with a dog. The dog was barking.
2.
My father opened the door.
The children are at school.
3.
The moon goes round the earth.
4.
I'm going to the cinema tonight.
5.
It's the best restaurant in town.
2.19. 1.
Women usually talk more than men.
Love is more important than money.
2.
She's not at home today.
I get back from work at 5:30.
3.
I never have breakfast.
4.
See you next Friday.
2.20. Computer. About. Anniversary. Cinema. Problem. Relationship. Spider. Usually. Woman. 2.21. 1.
What are we going to have for lunch today?
2.
I'd like to see a good film tonight.
3.
We need to go in the other direction.
4.
Could you ask the woman over there?
5.
There's a cinema and there are lots of shops.
2.22.
The cinema.
The end.
The other day.
The world.
The sun.
The internet.
The kitchen.
The answer.
The earth.
2.23.
Excuse me, is this seat free?
Yes, sure, sit down. Oh, he's lovely. Is he yours?
Yes. He's a she, actually. Miranda.
Oh, 3 months?
3.5. How about yours?
Stephen, he's 4 months. Oh. Did you have a bad night?
Yes, Miranda was crying all night. Oh, you know, that noise gets to you. It drives me mad.
Do you know what you need? These.
What are they? Earplugs?
Yes, earplugs. When the baby starts crying, you just put these in. You can still hear the crying, but the noise isn't so bad and it's not so stressful.
That's a great idea. Who told you to do that?
It's all in this book I've read. You should get it.
Yeah? What's it called?
It's called Commando Dad. It was written by an ex-soldier. He was a commando in the army. And it's especially for men with babies or small children. It's brilliant.
Really? So, what's so good about it?
Well, it's like a military manual. It tells you exactly what to do with the baby in any situation. It makes everything easier. There's a website too that you can go to, commandodad.com. It has lots of advice about looking after babies and small kids. And I really like the forums where men can write in with their problems or their experiences.
What sort of things does it help you with?
Oh, all sorts of things. How to change nappies. He has a really good system. How to dress the baby. How to get the baby to sleep. The best way to feed the baby. How to know if the baby is ill. It's really useful. And it's quite funny too. I mean, he uses sort of military language. So, for example, he calls the baby a BT, which means a baby trooper. And the baby's bedroom is base camp. And taking the baby for a walk is manoeuvres. And taking the nappies to the rubbish is called bomb disposal.
What else does it say?
Well, it's got all sorts of stuff about.
And what does he think about men looking after children? Does he think we do it well?
He thinks that men are just as good as women at looking after children in almost everything.
Almost everything?
Yeah, he says the one time when women are better than men is when the kids are ill. Women sort of understand better what to do. They have an instinct. Oh, now it's my turn. Ah, right, I know exactly what that cry means. It means he's hungry.
Wow! What was that book called?
2.24.
Generally speaking, I think women worry more about their appearance than men. They tend to spend hours choosing what to wear, doing their hair and putting on makeup. Women are also usually better at making themselves look more attractive. But I think that in general, men are more worried than women about their body image. They feel more insecure about their hair, for instance, especially when they're going bald.
2.25. Dependent prepositions. After verbs. 1.
He apologised to the policeman for driving fast.
2.
We're arriving in Milan on Sunday.
3.
We're arriving at Malpensa Airport at 3:45.
4.
Who does this book belong to?
5.
I never argue with my husband about money.
6.
Could you ask the waiter for the bill?
7.
Do you believe in ghosts?
8.
I can't choose between these two bags.
9.
We might go out. It depends on the weather.
10.
I dreamt about my childhood last night.
11.
Don't laugh at me. I'm doing my best.
12.
I'm really looking forward to the party.
13.
If I pay for the meal, can you get the drinks?
14.
This music reminds me of our honeymoon in Italy.
15.
I don't spend a lot of money on clothes.
2.26. After adjectives. 1.
My brother is afraid of bats.
2.
She's really angry with her boyfriend about last night.
3.
I've never been good at sport.
4.
Eat your vegetables. They're good for you.
5.
I'm very close to my elder sister.
6.
This exercise isn't very different from the last one.
7.
We're really excited about going to Brazil.
8.
I'm fed up with listening to you complaining.
9.
Krakow is famous for its main square.
10.
My sister is very interested in astrology.
11.
I'm very fond of my little nephew. He's adorable.
12.
She's very keen on cycling. She does about 50 kilometres every weekend.
13.
I don't like people who aren't kind to animals.
14.
She used to be married to a pop star.
15.
I'm really pleased with my new motorbike.
16.
My dad was very proud of learning to ski.
17.
Why are you always rude to waiters and shop assistants?
18.
Rachel is worried about losing her job.
19.
I'm tired of walking. Let's stop and have a rest.
2.27. 1.
When you're with friends of the same sex, what do you usually talk about?
2.
Are there any sports or games that you're good at?
3.
Is there anything you're really looking forward to?
4.
Who in your family are you closest to?
5.
What kind of films are you keen on?
6.
Are there any animals or insects that you're afraid of?
7.
What's your town famous for?
8.
Are there any superstitions that you believe in?
Men talk just as much as women. Can it really be true? Research by psychologists at the University of Arizona has shown that the stereotype that women talk more than men may not be true. In the study, hundreds of university students were fitted with recorders, and the total number of words they used during the day was then counted. The results, published in The New Scientist, showed that women speak about 16,000 words a day, and men speak only slightly fewer. In fact, the 4 most talkative people in the study were all men. Professor Matthias Mehl, who was in charge of the research, said that he and his colleagues had expected to find that women were more talkative. However, they had been sceptical of the common belief that women use 3 times as many words as men. This idea became popular after the publication of a book called The Female Brain, 2006, whose author, Luann Brizendine, claimed that a woman uses about 20,000 words per day, whereas a man uses about 7,000. Professor Mehl accepts that many people will find the results difficult to believe. However, he thinks that this research is important because the stereotype that women talk too much and men keep quiet is bad not only for women but also for men. It says that to be a good male, it's better not to talk, that silence is golden.
A gossip with the girls? Just pick any one of 40 subjects. Women are experts at gossiping, and they often talk about trivial things, or at least that's what men have always thought. However, according to research carried out by Professor Petra Boynton, a psychologist at University College London, when women talk to women, their conversations are not trivial at all, and cover many more topics, up to 40, than when men talk to other men. Women's conversations range from health to their houses, from politics to fashion, from films to family, from education to relationship problems. Almost everything, in fact, except football. Men tend to talk about fewer subjects, the most popular being work, sport, jokes, cars, and women. Professor Boynton interviewed over 1,000 women for her study. She also found that women move quickly from one subject to another in conversation, whereas men usually stick to one subject for longer periods of time. Professor Boynton also says that men and women chat for different reasons. In social situations, women use conversation to solve problems and reduce stress, while men chat with each other to have a laugh or to swap opinions.
2.34.
I can speak 3 languages fluently.
Jenny can't come tonight. She's ill.
My cousin could play the violin when she was 3.
They couldn't wait because they were in a hurry.
Could you open the door for me, please?
2.35. 1.
Luke has been able to swim since he was 3.
I'd like to be able to ski.
I love being able to stay in bed late on Sunday morning.
You'll be able to practice your English in London.
2.
Fortunately, I am able to accept your invitation.
My colleagues weren't able to come to yesterday's meeting.
2.36. 1.
I'd love to be able to ski.
2.
We won't be able to come.
3.
I've never been able to dance.
4.
She hates not being able to drive.
2.37. 1.
I'd love to be able to ski.
Ride a horse.
I'd love to be able to ride a horse.
2.
We won't be able to come.
Park.
We won't be able to park.
3.
I've never been able to dance.
Speak French.
I've never been able to speak French.
4.
She hates not being able to drive.
Cook.
She hates not being able to cook.
5.
Will you be able to find it?
Afford it.
Will you be able to afford it?
6.
He'd love to be able to snowboard.
Windsurf.
He'd love to be able to windsurf.
7.
I love being able to understand everyone.
Speak to everyone.
I love being able to speak to everyone.
8.
They haven't been able to finish.
Come.
They haven't been able to come.
2.38. 1.
What do you think is the most exciting sport to watch?
2.
What's the most amazing scenery you've ever seen?
3.
What music do you listen to if you feel depressed?
4.
Have you ever been disappointed by a birthday present?
5.
Which do you find more tiring, speaking English or listening to English?
6.
What's the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to you?
7.
Are you frightened of heights?
8.
Do you feel very tired in the morning?
9.
Who's the most boring person you know?
10.
Do you ever get frustrated by technology?
2.39. 1. Afrikaans.
Hallo.
2. German.
Guten Tag.
3. French.
Bonjour.
4. Hebrew.
Shalom.
5. Russian.
Привет.
6. English.
Hello.
7. Greek.
Γεια σου.
8. Catalan.
Bon dia.
9. Spanish.
Hola.
10. Dutch.
Goedendag.
11. Italian.
Ciao.
2.40. 1.
One very easy thing you can do is just change the language to English on all the gadgets you have. For example, on your phone or laptop or tablet. That way you're reading English every day, and without really noticing, you just learn a whole lot of vocabulary. For example, the things you see on your screen, like, "Are you sure you want to shut down now?" Things like that.
2.
My tip is to do things that you like doing but in English. So, for example, if you like reading, then read in English. If you like the cinema, watch films in English with subtitles. If you like computer games, play them in English. But don't do things you don't enjoy in your language. I mean, if you don't like reading in your language, you'll enjoy it even less in English. And so you probably won't learn anything.
3.
What really helped me to improve my English was having an Australian boyfriend. He didn't speak any Hungarian. Well, not many foreigners do. So we spoke English all the time, and my English improved really quickly. We broke up when he went back to Australia, but by then I could speak pretty fluently. We didn't exactly finish as friends, but I'll always be grateful to him for the English I learned. So my tip is, try to find an English-speaking boyfriend or girlfriend.
4.
I've always thought that learning vocabulary is very important, so I bought a vocabulary flashcard app for my phone. I write down all the new words and phrases I want to remember, in Polish and in English, and then when I get a quiet moment, I test myself. It really helps me remember new vocabulary. So that's my tip. Get a vocabulary learning app for your phone.
5.
I think one of the big problems when you're learning something new is motivation, something to make you carry on and not give up. So my tip is to book yourself a holiday in an English-speaking country, or a country where people speak very good English, like Holland, as a little reward for yourself. And so you can actually practice your English. It's really motivating when you go somewhere and find that people understand you and you can communicate. Last year, I went to Amsterdam for a weekend and I had a great time and I spoke a lot of English.
6.
If you love music, which I do, my tip is to listen to as many songs as possible in English and then learn to sing them. It's so easy nowadays with YouTube. First I download the lyrics and try to understand them. Then I sing along with the singer and try to copy the way he or she sings. This is fantastic for your pronunciation. Then, once I can do it well, I go back to YouTube and get a karaoke version of the song. And then I sing it. It's fun, and your English will really improve as a result.
He's English, but he can speak 11 languages. Alex Rawlings has been named the UK's most multilingual student in a competition run by a dictionary publisher. The German and Russian student from London, who is only 20 years old, can speak 11 languages fluently. In a video for the BBC News website, he demonstrated his skills by speaking in all of them, changing quickly from one to another. Rawlings said that winning the competition was a bit of a shock. He explained, "I saw the competition advertised, and I heard something about a free iPad. I never imagined that it would generate this amount of media attention." As a child, Rawlings' mother, who is half Greek, used to speak to him in English, Greek and French, and he often visited his family in Greece. He said that he has always been interested in languages. "My dad worked in Japan for 4 years, and I was always frustrated that I couldn't speak to the kids because of the language barrier. After visiting Holland at the age of 14, he decided to learn Dutch with CDs and books. When I went back, I could talk to people. It was great." He taught himself many of the languages with teach-yourself books, but also by watching films, listening to music, and travelling to the countries themselves. Of all the languages he speaks, Rawlings says that Russian, which he has been learning for a year and a half, is the hardest. He said, "There seem to be more exceptions than rules." He added, "I especially like Greek because I think it's beautiful, and because of my mother, I have a strong personal link to the country and to the language." Everyone should learn languages, especially if they travel abroad. If you make the effort to learn even the most basic phrases wherever you go, it instantly shows the person you're speaking to that you respect their culture. Going around speaking English loudly and getting frustrated at people is tactless and rude. The next language Rawlings hopes to learn is Arabic, but only once I've finished my degree and got some more time on my hands. For now, I need to concentrate on my German and Russian so I can prepare for my finals.
2.41. 1. Two.
Goodbye.
3. Four.
Please leave a message after the tone.
Hi, Jack. It's Sandra. I was just calling to confirm that meeting.
5. 6.
Hello?
Oh, hi, it's James. I phoned half an hour ago, but Anne wasn't in. Is she there now?
7. 2.42. 1.
You have to wear a seatbelt in a car.
Do you have to work on Saturdays?
I had to wear a uniform at my primary school.
I'll have to get up early tomorrow. My interview is at 9 o'clock.
2.
You must be on time tomorrow because there's a test.
You must remember to phone Emily. It's her birthday.
3.
I love the Louvre. You have to go when you're in Paris.
You must see this film. It's amazing.
2.43.
You don't have to pay. This museum is free.
You don't have to go to the party if you don't want to.
2.44.
You mustn't park here.
You mustn't eat that cake. It's for the party.
2.45.
You should take warm clothes with you to Dublin. It might be cold at night.
You shouldn't drink so much coffee. It isn't good for you.
I think the government should do something about unemployment.
2.46.
Should.
Ought.
Mustn't.
Talk.
Wrong.
Listen.
Half.
Dishonest.
Knowledge.
Design.
Whole.
Rhythm.
Doubt.
Foreign.
Calm.
Island.
2.47. 1.
You must switch off your phone on a plane.
2.
You should only call him in an emergency.
3,
We have to leave at 11.
4,
You mustn't open other people's emails.
5,
You shouldn't talk loudly on a mobile phone.
2.48.
I always thought that good manners were always good manners, wherever you were in the world. But that was until I married Alexander. We met in Russia when I was a student there, and I always remember when I first met him. He came to my flat one afternoon, and as soon as he came in, he said to me in Russian, "Nalye menye chai," which means, "Pour me some tea." Well, I got quite angry and I said, "Pour it yourself." I couldn't believe that he hadn't used a "could you" or a "please." To me, it sounded really rude. But Alexander explained that in Russian, it was fine. You don't have to add any polite words. Some months later, I took Alexander home to meet my parents in the UK, but before we went, I had to give him an intensive course in pleases and thank yous. He thought they were completely unnecessary. I also told him how important it was to smile all the time. Poor Alexander. He complained that when he was in England, he felt really stupid, like the village idiot, he said. Because in Russia, if you smile all the time, people think that you're mad. And in fact, this is exactly what my husband's friends thought of me the first time I went to Russia, because I smiled at everyone and translated every please and thank you from English into Russian. Another thing that Alexander just couldn't understand was why people said things like, "Would you mind passing me the salt, please?" He said, "It's only the salt, for goodness sake. What do you say in English if you want a real favour?" He was also amazed when we went to a dinner party in England and some of the food was, well, it wasn't very nice, but everybody, including me, said, "This is delicious." In Russia, people are much more direct. The first time Alexander's mother came to our house for dinner in Moscow, she told me that my soup needed more salt and pepper, that it didn't really taste of anything. I was really annoyed, and later, after she left, Alexander and I argued about it. Alexander just couldn't see my point. He said, "Do you prefer your dinner guests to lie?" Actually, I think I do. I'd prefer them to say, "That was lovely," even if they didn't mean it. Anyway, at home we now have an agreement. If we're speaking Russian, he can say, "Pour me some tea," and not say thank you when I give it to him. But when we're speaking English, he has to add a please, a thank you, and a smile.
Mother-in-law from hell or daughter-in-law from hell? Everyone knows it can be difficult to get on with your in-laws, but for 29-year-old Heidi Withers, it may now be impossible. Heidi was invited to spend the weekend with her fiancé Freddie's family at their house in Devon, in southwest England. But soon after they returned to London, Heidi received a very nasty email from Carolyn Bourne, Freddie's stepmother, criticising her manners.
Here are a few examples of your lack of manners. When you are a guest in another's house, you should not declare what you will and will not eat, unless you are allergic to something. You should not say that you do not have enough food. You should not start before everyone else. You should not take additional helpings without being invited to by your host. You should not lie in bed until late morning. You should have sent a handwritten card after the visit. You have never written to thank me when you have stayed.
Heidi was shocked and immediately sent the email on to some of her close friends. Surprised and amused, the friends forwarded it to other people, and soon the email had been posted on several websites, with thousands of people writing comments about the mother-in-law from hell.
Mrs. Bourne says Heidi should have sent a handwritten thank you note. However, she sends this letter by email. We're in the 21st century. Nobody sends handwritten letters anymore.
Why do we hear nothing about Freddie's role in all this? Why didn't he prepare Heidi? He must know what his stepmother is like. He could also have prepared his family by telling them about any eating problems his girlfriend has.
The email was a private communication. I don't think Heidi should have sent it on to her friends. It makes me think that Mrs. Bourne might be right about her bad manners.
The stepmother seems to be extremely jealous of Heidi. Perhaps she wants to keep Freddie all to herself. If I were Heidi, I would leave him.
The mother-in-law may have a few good points, but she should have spoken to Heidi face to face, not sent her an email.
I think that the one with the extremely bad manners is Mrs. Bourne.
Mrs. Bourne, I agree with every word you say. Young people just don't have any manners nowadays. I hope Freddie sees sense and finds someone better.
2.28.
You work hard, but your money's all spent. Haven't got enough to pay the rent. You know it's not right, and it makes no sense to go chasing those dollars and cents. Chasing those dollars and cents.
That was great, Kerry.
Thanks.
Kerry, you used to be in a band. Now you play solo. Why did you change?
What happened with the band is private. I've already said I don't want to talk about it in interviews. All I'll say is that I have a lot more freedom this way. I can play and say what I want.
Did your relationship with the band's lead guitarist affect the breakup?
No comment. I never talk about my private life.
Your dad was in a famous punk band and your mum's a classical pianist. Have they influenced your music?
Of course they have. What do you think? Isn't everyone influenced by their parents?
When did you start playing?
I started playing the guitar when I was about 4.
4? That's pretty young.
Yeah, the guitar was nearly as big as me.
I think that your new album is your best yet. It's a lot quieter and more experimental than your earlier albums.
Thank you. I think it's my best work.
So, what have you been doing recently?
Well, I've been writing and recording some new songs, and I've played at some of the summer festivals in the UK.
And what are you doing while you're in the States?
I'm going to play at some clubs here in New York. Then I'm doing some small gigs in other places. I just want to get to know the country and the people. It's all very new to me. Those dollars and cents, chasing those dollars and cents.
Good job, Rob. She isn't the easiest person to interview.
She's okay. And this video clip will work great online.
Well, thank you for coming in today, Kerry. Now I suggest we have some lunch. Rob, could you call a taxi?
Sure.
.29.
So, when will you be coming back to New York, Kerry?
Oh, I don't know.
Hi, guys. Is everything okay?
Yes, it's delicious, thank you.
That's great.
New York waiters never leave you alone. I really don't like all this, hi guys, is everything okay stuff.
What? You mean waiters aren't friendly in London?
Oh, they're very friendly.
Yes, they're friendly, but not too friendly. They don't bother you all the time.
Can I get you anything else? More drinks, maybe?
No thanks, we're fine.
Fantastic.
See what I mean? Personally, I think people in London are a lot more easygoing. London's just not as hectic as New York.
Sure, we all like peace and quiet, but in my opinion, New York is possibly... Well, no, is definitely the greatest city in the world. Don't you agree?
To be honest, I definitely prefer London.
Come on, Rob. You've lived in both. What do you think?
Well, I have to say London's very special. It's more relaxed. It's got great parks, and you can cycle everywhere. It's dangerous to cycle in New York.
Why would you cycle when you can drive a car?
You can't be serious.
Okay, I agree London has its own peculiar charm. But if you ask me, nothing compares with a city like New York. The whole world is here.
But that's the problem. It's too big. There are too many people. Everybody's so stressed out, and nobody has any time for you.
I don't think that's right, Carrie. New Yorkers are very friendly.
Oh, sure, they can sound friendly with all that have a nice day stuff, but I always think it's a little bit fake.
You've got to be kidding me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll just have to take this. Hello? Yes? You're who? The taxi driver? What did she leave? Her cell phone. Right. Okay. Yes, we're still at the restaurant. See you in about 5 minutes.
.30 1.
Personally, I think people in London are a lot more easygoing. London's just not as hectic as New York.
Sure, we all like peace and quiet, but in my opinion, New York is possibly, well, no, is definitely the greatest city in the world. Don't you agree?
To be honest, I definitely prefer London.
Come on, Rob. You've lived in both. What do you think?
2.
Okay, I agree London has its own peculiar charm. But if you ask me, nothing compares with a city like New York. The whole world is here.
But that's the problem. It's too big. There are too many people. Everybody's so stressed out, and nobody has any time for you.
I don't think that's right, Carrie. New Yorkers are very friendly.
Oh, sure, they can sound friendly with all that have a nice day stuff.
2.31
Personally, I think...
But in my opinion... Don't you agree?
To be honest...
What do you think? Okay, I agree. But if you ask me...
I don't think that's right.
Oh, sure.
.32
Thank you for a nice lunch, Don.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming, guys. Have a nice day.
See? Nice, friendly service.
Maybe, but I think she saw the big tip you left on the table.
Did you mean what you said in the restaurant, Rob?
Did I mean what?
About missing London.
Sure I miss it, Jenny.
Really?
But hey, not that much. It's just that moving to a new place is always difficult.
But you don't regret coming here, do you?
No, not at all.
It's just that you seemed homesick in there. For the parks, the cycling.
Well, there are some things I miss, but... Oh, hang on a minute. Look over there. Our taxi's come back.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Who, me? What is it?
I believe this is your cell phone. You left it in my cab.
What? Oh, wow! Thank you.
Have a nice day.
That was so kind of him.
See? New Yorkers are really friendly people.
.33
Did you mean what you said in the restaurant, Rob? It's just that you seemed homesick in there.
Oh, hang on a minute. Our taxi's come back.
That was so kind of him.
2.50. Christopher.
How do you get to work?
I take the subway every day. I take 2 trains. I live in Brooklyn. I take a train from Brooklyn to Washington Square, and then I switch to a train that takes me to Midtown Manhattan.
How long does it take?
It takes about 30 to 40 minutes.
What do you think is the best way to get around New York?
I think subways are an excellent way to get around New York. They serve all 5 boroughs, and they're open 24 hours a day. So they're very convenient, and they don't get stuck in traffic.
Maria.
Do you think women are better than men with young children? Or do you think that's just a stereotype?
I think women they're more natural with young children. They have a natural ability with them. They're better at sort of knowing what they need and perhaps knowing if they need hugs or food or things like that. And perhaps their manner is better with young children. I think men can do it, but perhaps it takes a bit more practice.
Harry.
Some new research says that men talk just as much as women. Do you think that's true?
Definitely think that's true. I would say that I know men who talk more than women talk. Especially in my family, it's the men who do most of the talking, especially repeating the same story time and time again.
Do you think men and women talk about different things?
Yes, I think they do talk about different things. I think they have different interests, and so they will try and control the conversation to topics that interest them rather than everyone else.
Sean.
Is there anything you've tried to learn but failed?
I'm having real problems with yoga, to be honest. I've been going to lessons for about 3 years now, and I'm still not making much progress, and I still can't touch my toes.
Have you stopped trying?
No, I'm still trying.
Liz.
Is there anything that people do with their phones that really annoys you?
I personally get quite annoyed by the fact that nowadays most people seem to have their phones out with them all the time, including in social situations like when you're in the pub or at someone's house for dinner, and people seem to think it's fine to just mess around on their phones, not necessarily make phone calls, but just kind of play with their phones, check Facebook on their phones. It's, I don't know, seems to become quite standard behaviour now, that that's what people do.
Theatrical superstitions. Along with sports players, theatre professionals are considered some of the most superstitious people around. These are some of their more common beliefs and practices. Not wishing good luck. Generally, it is considered bad luck to wish someone good luck in a theatre. Before a performance, it is traditional for the cast to get together and prevent bad luck by wishing each other bad luck. English actors used to say to each other, "I hope you break a leg." And even today, actors and musicians often say break a leg to each other instead of good luck before they go on stage. Whistling. It is considered bad luck for an actor to whistle on or off stage. Original stage crews were often hired from ships which were in port, and whose sailors were temporarily unemployed. These sailors, as they did on ships, often used special whistles to communicate scene changes to each other. If an actor whistled, this could confuse the sailors into changing the set or scenery at the wrong time. Not without an audience. It is considered bad luck to complete a performance of a play when there is no audience. For this reason, actors never say the last line of a play during rehearsals, or some production companies allow a limited number of people, usually friends, family and reviewers, to attend the dress rehearsals.
3.2 Sport. People and places. 3.
Captain.
7.
Coach.
1.
Fans.
5.
Players.
2.
Referee. Umpire.
9.
Spectators. The crowd.
4.
Team.
8.
Stadium.
6.
Sports hall. Arena.
3.3 1.
Tennis court. Basketball court.
2.
Football pitch. Rugby pitch. Hockey pitch.
3.
Swimming pool. Diving pool.
4.
Athletics track.
5.
Formula One circuit. Motorcycling circuit.
6.
Golf course.
7.
Ski slope.
3.4 Verbs. A.
Beat. Beat. Beaten.
Win. Won. Won.
Lose. Lost. Lost.
Draw. Drew. Drawn.
B. 1.
Milan beat Chelsea 3-0.
2.
Milan won the match 3-0.
3.
The Chicago Bulls lost 78-91 to the Boston Celtics.
4.
Spain drew with Brazil 2-2.
3.5 1.
Professional sports people have to train every day.
2.
Don't play tennis on a wet court. You might get injured.
3.
A footballer has to try to kick the ball into the goal.
4.
I've started going to the gym because I want to get fit.
5.
Our new striker is going to score a lot of goals.
6.
Would you like to go swimming this afternoon?
7.
My brothers do yoga and Tai Chi.
8.
In basketball, players throw the ball to each other.
3.6
Horse. Oar. Ball. Court. Court. Draw. Fort. Score. Sport. Warm up.
Bird. Hurt. Serve. Shirt. World. Worse. Work out.
3.7 1.
I got hurt when I caught the ball.
2.
Her serves worse than the other girls.
3.
It was a draw. The score was 4-4.
4.
It's the worst sport in the world.
5.
We warmed up on the court.
6.
They wore red shirts and white shorts.
3.8. Part 1.
What made you want to become a referee?
Mi padre fue árbitro, pero eso no me influenció. En realidad,
My father was a referee, but that didn't influence me. In fact, the opposite, because I saw all the problems that he had as a referee. But as a child, I was always attracted by the idea of being a referee, and at school I used to referee all kinds of sports: basketball, handball, volleyball, and of course football. I was invited to join the Referees Federation when I was only 14 years old.
Were you good at sport yourself?
Yes, I was a very good handball player. People often think that referees become referees because they're frustrated sportsmen, but this is just not true in most cases, in my experience.
What was the most exciting match you ever refereed?
It's difficult to choose one match as the most exciting. I remember some of the Real Madrid-Barcelona matches, for example, the first one I ever refereed. The atmosphere was incredible in the stadium. But really, it's impossible to pick just one. There have been so many.
What was the worst experience you ever had as a referee?
The worst? Well, that was something that happened very early in my career. I was only 16, and I was refereeing a match in a town in Spain, and the home team lost. After the match, I was attacked and injured by the players of the home team and by the spectators. After all these years, I can still remember a mother who had a little baby in her arms who was trying to hit me. She was so angry with me that she nearly dropped her baby. That was my worst moment, and it nearly made me stop being a referee.
Do you think that there's more cheating in football than in the past?
Yes, I think so.
Why?
I think it's because there is so much money in football today that it's become much more important to win. Also, football is much faster than it used to be, so it's much more difficult for referees to detect cheating.
How do footballers cheat?
Oh, there are many ways, but for me the worst thing in football today is what we call simulation. Simulation is when a player pretends to have been fouled, when in fact he hasn't. For example, sometimes a player falls over in the penalty area when in fact nobody has touched him, and this can result in the referee giving a penalty when it wasn't a penalty. In my opinion, when a player does this, he's cheating not only the referee, not only the players of the other team, but also the spectators, because spectators pay money to see a fair contest.
3.9. Part 2.
What's the most difficult thing about being a referee?
The most difficult thing is to make the right decisions during a match. It's difficult because you have to make decisions when everything's happening so quickly. Football today is very fast. You must remember that everything is happening at 100 kilometers an hour. Also, important decisions often depend on the referee's interpretation of the rules. Things aren't black and white. And of course, making decisions would be much easier if players didn't cheat.
Do you think that the idea of fair play doesn't exist anymore?
Not at all. I think fair play does exist. The players who cheat are the exceptions.
Finally, who do you think is the best player in the world at the moment?
I think most people agree that the best footballer today is Leo Messi.
Why do you think he's so good?
It's hard to say what makes him so special, but a study was done on him which showed that Messi can run faster with the ball than many footballers can do without the ball. Apart from his great ability, what I also like about him is that he isn't the typical superstar footballer. You can see that he enjoys playing football, and he behaves in public and in his personal life in a very normal way. That's unusual when you think how famous he is. And what's more, he doesn't cheat. He doesn't need to.
3.10.
She was born in Berlin.
They got married last year.
On the way to Rome, we stopped in Florence for the night.
The plane didn't arrive on time.
What time did you get up this morning?
3.11. 1.
What were you doing at 6 o'clock last night?
2.
I was driving along the motorway when it started snowing.
3.
While I was doing the housework, the children were playing in the garden.
4.
It was a cold night and it was raining. I was watching TV in the sitting room.
3.12.
When they turned on the TV, the match had already finished.
As soon as I shut the door, I realised that I'd left my keys on the table.
We couldn't get a table in the restaurant because we hadn't booked.
3.13.
It was a cold night and it was raining. I was watching TV in the sitting room. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the door. I got up and opened the door, but there was nobody there. The person who had knocked on the door had disappeared.
3.15.
Love at Exit 19. He was a toll booth operator. She was a soprano who sang in Carnegie Hall. Their eyes met at Exit 19 of the New York State Thruway when he charged her 37 cents. The romance that followed was even less likely than the plot of an opera. Sonia Baker was a frequent commuter from her home in the suburbs to New York City. One day when she was driving to an audition, she came off the Thruway and stopped at the toll booth, where Michael Fazio was working. She chatted to him as she paid to go through and thought he was cute. For the next 3 months, they used to exchange a few words as she handed him the money, and he raised the barrier to let her pass. It was mostly, "What are you doing today? Where are you going?" she said. They learned more about each other. For example, that Sonia loved Puccini and Verdi, while Michael's love was the New York Yankees. But their conversation suddenly came to an end when Michael changed his working hours. "He used to work during the day," said Sonia, "but he changed to night shifts." Although Michael still looked out for Sonia's white Toyota Corolla, he did not see her again for 6 months. When Michael's working hours changed back to the day shift, he decided to put a traffic cone in front of his lane. He thought, "It will be like putting a candle in a window." Sonia saw it, and their romance started up again. "I almost crashed my car on various occasions," she said, trying to cross several lanes to get to his exit. Finally, she found the courage to give Michael a piece of paper with her phone number as she passed through the toll. Michael called her, and for their first date, they went to see the film Cool Runnings, and then later they went to an opera, La Bohème, and to a Yankees game. They are now married and living in Kentucky, where Sonia is a voice and music professor at Murray State College, and Michael runs an activity center at a nursing home. It turned out that she had given him her number just in time. A short while later, she moved to New Jersey and stopped using the New York State Thruway. "I might never have seen him again," she said.
3.16. 1.
We met when I was studying at Oxford. I was acting in a French play by Jean Anouilh called Antigone. I was actually studying French, the language and literature, and I was in a college drama group, and they gave me a small part in the play. I think they gave it to me because my French was good, but not because I was especially good at acting. Anyway, Antoine, my husband, he is French, and he had always liked acting, although he was actually studying politics. Well, he had the part of King Créon, one of the important roles. There was this scene where we were acting together, and I suppose it all started there.
2.
I had a job in Krakow in Poland, teaching English. Melissa was one of the other teachers at the school. As soon as I saw her, I knew I wanted to get to know her better, but she didn't seem very interested. One night, I went to a bar where I often used to go with students, and she was there with some friends. She was very upset because she thought she'd lost her purse, and she had quite a lot of money in it. Suddenly I saw the purse under a chair in the corner, and I think that was the first time Melissa really noticed me. She bought me a drink, and, as they say, the rest is history. I had intended to try to learn Polish when I was there, but I didn't learn much because I spent all my time with Melissa. But we called our first daughter Kasia, which is a Polish name in honour of the country where we met.
3.
Pete and I were both single, and we used to go to bars and clubs together on Saturday night. But then he started going out with a girl who he had met at work. After a few weeks, he said to me, "Why don't you come out with us on Saturday? My girlfriend is going to bring one of her friends." To be honest, I wasn't all that enthusiastic about the idea. I'd never been on a blind date before, and I just couldn't imagine it would be a success. On the evening of the date, I was feeling very pessimistic and I nearly cancelled. Pete and I had arranged to meet the girls in a bar. We got to the bar early, and I remember my friend saying, "Here they are now." I looked towards the door and I thought, well, I really hope the girl on the right is my date. Fortunately, she was. The evening went really well, and 2 years later we got married. Pete and his girlfriend got married too, and we're still good friends. We usually meet for dinner about once a month.
4.
I was born in Egypt to an Italian father and French mother, but we came to live in London in the early 60s when I was 20. I got a job in a bank, but I didn't have many friends. In those days, it used to be quite difficult to meet people if you were a foreigner. One evening, I went to a dance at a restaurant, and I saw this gorgeous 18-year-old girl get up from her table and start dancing. I thought I had nothing to lose, and I wrote her a note saying that I was standing by the window, and if she would agree to come out with me, could she please smile at me? I then left the note on her chair. When the music stopped, she went back to her chair, read the note, and smiled at me. That was how it all started. When we decided to get married, at first her mother was totally against the idea. Mainly because I was a foreigner, and also I was 11 years older than Leslie. But little by little, she got to like me, and in the end she treated me like a son.
3.17. 1.
I usually get up at 8 o'clock during the week.
I don't normally go out during the week.
English houses usually have gardens.
Do you normally walk to work?
2.
We used to go to France for our holidays when I was a child.
He didn't used to do any exercise, but now he runs marathons.
I never used to like football, but I watch it every week now.
We used to be close friends, but we don't talk to each other anymore.
That building used to be a restaurant, but it closed down last year.
Did they used to live in the city centre?
Didn't you used to have long hair?
3.18. 1.
I used to live in London.
2.
She didn't used to wear glasses.
3.
Where did you used to work before?
4.
They used to see each other a lot.
5.
Didn't you used to have a beard?
3.19 Relationships. People. 1,
Couple.
2,
Partner.
3,
Fiancé.
4,
Flatmate.
5,
Colleague.
6,
Ex.
7,
Close friend.
8,
Classmate.
3.20 Verbs and verb phrases. 1,
I met Mark when I was studying at York University.
2,
We got to know each other quickly because we went to the same classes.
3,
We soon became friends, and we discovered that we had a lot in common. For example, we both liked art and music.
4,
We went out together in our second term, and we fell in love.
5,
We were together for 2 years, but we argued a lot, and in our last term at university, we broke up.
6,
After we left university, we lost touch because I moved to London and he stayed in York.
7,
5 years later, we got in touch again on Facebook. We were both still single, and Mark had moved to London too.
8,
This time we got on better than before, maybe because we were older.
9,
After 2 months, Mark proposed, and I accepted.
10,
We got married last summer. A lot of our old university friends came to the wedding.
3.21
Busy.
Close. Close.
Conversation.
Decision.
Discuss.
Eyes.
Friends.
Lose.
Music.
Pleasure.
Practice.
Raise.
School.
Somebody.
Sport.
Sugar.
Summer.
Sure.
Unusual.
Used to.
Usually.
Various.
3.22
Snake. Close. Conversation. Discuss. Practice. School. Somebody. Sport. Summer. Used to. Various.
Zebra. Z. Busy. Close. Eyes. Friends. Lose. Music. Raise.
Shower. Sugar. Sure.
Television. Je. Decision. Pleasure. Unusual. Usually.
3.23.
Hello, and welcome to Forum, the programme that asks you what you think about current topics. Today, Martha Park will be talking about the social networking site Facebook, how we use it, how much we like it, or dislike it. So get ready to call us or text us and tell us what you think. The number, as always, is 567 4318. Martha.
Hello. Since Facebook was first launched in 2004, a lot of research has been done to find out what kind of people use it, what they use it for, and what effect it has on their lives. According to a recent study by consumer research specialist Intersperience, the average 22-year-old in Britain has over 1,000 online friends. In fact, 22 seems to be the age at which the number of friends peaks. It also appears that women have slightly more online friends than men. And another study from an American university shows that people who spend a lot of time on Facebook reading other people's posts tend to feel more dissatisfied with their own lives because they feel that everyone else is having a better time than they are. So, over to you. Do you use Facebook? How do you feel about it? Can you really have 1,000 friends? Are social networking sites making us unhappy? Phone in and share your experiences on
3.24.
And our first caller is George. Go ahead, George.
Hi, yeah, I use Facebook a lot, every day really. I think it's a great way to organise your social life and keep in touch with your friends. I have loads of friends.
How many friends do you have, George?
At the moment, I have 1,042.
And how many of them do you know personally?
About half, maybe.
And what do you use Facebook for?
For me, it's a good way to get in touch with my friends without having to use the phone all the time. When I'm having a busy week at university, I can change my status so I can let my friends know I can't go out. That's much easier than wasting time telling people, sorry, I'm too busy to meet up. It's just easier and quicker than using the phone.
Thanks, George. We have another caller. It's Beth. Hello, Beth.
Hi, I don't use Facebook or any other social networking site.
Why's that, Beth?
2 reasons, really. First, I don't spend much time online anyway. I do a lot of sport. I'm in a hockey team, so I meet my teammates almost every day, and we don't need to communicate on Facebook.
And the other reason?
I just don't really like the whole idea of social networking sites. I mean, why would I want to tell the whole world everything that I'm doing? I don't want to share my personal information with the world and become friends with people I don't even know. And I don't want to read what other people had for breakfast or lunch or dinner or what they're planning to do this weekend.
Thanks for that, Beth. Our next caller is Caitlin. It's your turn, Caitlin.
Hi, Caitlin.
Hi, Martha.
And do you use Facebook, Caitlin?
I use it from time to time, but not very much. I only really use it to keep up with friends who have moved abroad or live too far away for us to meet regularly. For example, one of my best friends recently moved to Canada, and we often chat on Facebook. But I never add friends who are people I hardly know. I just can't understand those people who collect hundreds or even thousands of Facebook friends. I think it's just competition. People who want to make out that they're more popular than everybody else.
So you think the Facebook world is a bit unreal?
Absolutely. I think people write things and post photos of themselves just to show everyone they know what a fantastic time they're having and what exciting lives they lead. But they're probably just sitting at home in front of the computer all the time.
Thanks for that, Caitlin. We've just got time for one more caller before the news, and it's Ned. Hi, Ned. You'll have to be quick.
Hi, Ned.
Hi. When I started off with Facebook, I thought it was great, and I used it to communicate with close friends and with family. And I got back in touch with old friends from school. It was good because all the people I was friends with on Facebook were people I knew, and I was interested in what they were doing. But then I started adding friends, people I hardly knew, who were friends of friends, people like that. In the end, I had more than 1,000, and it just became too much. There was just too many people leaving updates, writing messages on my wall. So, last month, I decided to delete most of them. It took me about half an hour to delete, and in the end, the only people I left were actual real-life friends and family. And old-school friends. I got it down to 99. It was really liberating.
Thanks, Ned, and we'll be back after the news, so keep those calls coming.
3.31 1.
A lot of films are shot on location.
Our car is being repaired today.
Andy's bike has been stolen.
The director died when the film was being made.
You'll be picked up at the airport by one of our staff.
This bill has to be paid tomorrow.
2.
Batman Begins was directed by Christopher Nolan.
3.32 1.
The film is based on a famous book.
2.
The house was built in the 16th century.
3.
The castle has been visited by thousands of tourists.
4.
The hall couldn't be used for filming.
5.
Where is it being filmed?
6.
Who was it written by?
3.33 Cinema. Kinds of film. 5.
An action film.
3.
An animation.
12.
A comedy.
1.
A drama.
11.
A historical film.
6.
A horror film.
2.
A musical.
10.
A rom-com.
9.
A science fiction film.
7.
A thriller.
4.
A war film.
8.
A western.
3.34 People and things. 1.
Cast.
2.
Star.
3.
Soundtrack.
4.
Plot.
5.
Scene.
6.
Audience.
7.
Sequel.
8.
Special effects.
9.
Script.
10.
Extra.
11.
Subtitles.
12.
Review.
3.35 Verbs and phrases. 1. Be.
It was directed by Tate Taylor.
He was the director.
2. D.
It was dubbed into other languages.
The voices of foreign actors were used.
3. C.
Viola Davis played the part of Aibileen Clark.
This was her role in the film.
4. A.
The film is set in Mississippi in the USA during the 1960s.
It was situated in that place at that time.
5. E.
It is based on the novel of the same name by Catherine Stockett.
It was an adaptation of the book.
6. F.
It was shot on location in Greenwood, Mississippi.
It was filmed in the real place, not in a studio.
3.36.
So, tell me, how did you get involved in the film, Dagmara?
Well, as you probably know, Schindler's List was shot in Kraków, in Poland, which is where I live. I was a university student at the time, studying English. And the film company set up their production office here 3 months before they started shooting the film, and I got a job there as a production assistant, preparing and translating documents and the script.
But how did you get the job as Steven Spielberg's interpreter?
Well, it was a complete coincidence. Just before the shooting started, there was a big party in one of the hotels in Kraków for all the actors and the film crew, and I was invited too. When I arrived at the party, the Polish producer of the film came up to me and said, "The woman who was going to interpret for Steven Spielberg can't come, so we need you to interpret his opening speech."
How did you feel about that?
I couldn't believe it. I was just a student. I had no experience of interpreting, and now I was going to speak in front of hundreds of people. I was so nervous that I drank a couple of glasses of champagne to give myself courage. I must have done a pretty good job, though, because soon afterwards, Spielberg came up to me to say thank you, and then he said, "I'd like you to be my interpreter for the whole film." I was so stunned, I had to pinch myself to believe that this was happening to me.
3.37.
So, what exactly did you have to do?
I had to go to the film set every day and translate Spielberg's instructions to the Polish actors and also to the extras. I had to make them understand what he wanted them to do. It was really exciting, and I often felt as if I was a director myself.
So, was it a difficult job?
Sometimes it was really hard. The worst thing was when we had to shoot a scene again and again because Spielberg thought it wasn't exactly right. Some scenes were repeated as many as 16 times, and then sometimes I would think that maybe it was my fault, that I hadn't translated properly what he wanted, so I'd get really nervous. I remember one scene with lots of actors in it, which we just couldn't get right, and Spielberg started shouting at me because he was stressed. Eventually, we got it right, and then he apologised, and I cried a little because I was also very stressed. And after that, it was all right again.
So, was Spielberg difficult to work with?
Not at all. I mean, he was very demanding. I had to do my best every day, but he was really nice to me. I felt he treated me like a daughter. For instance, he was always making sure that I wasn't cold. It was freezing on the set most of the time. And he would make sure that I had a warm coat and gloves and things.
Did you ever get to be an extra?
Yes, twice. I was going to be in 2 party scenes, and I got to wear beautiful long dresses and high heels. Unfortunately, one scene didn't make it to the final cut of the film, and before we started shooting the other one, I tripped walking down some stairs and twisted my ankle really badly. I was in so much pain that I couldn't take part in the filming. And that was the end of my acting career. I still have the photos of me looking like a girl from the 40s, though.
Have you ever worked with Spielberg again?
Yes. A year later, he invited me to interpret for him again, this time during the premiere of Schindler's List in Poland, which was broadcast live on national television. Before that, he had also asked me to come to work as a production assistant on his next movie in Hollywood. I was very tempted and thought really hard about it, but I hadn't finished my studies yet, and all my family and friends were in Poland, so in the end, I decided not to go.
Oh. Do you regret it?
Not at all. I had my moment, and it was unforgettable, but that was it.
You are standing in the place where... Highclere Castle, near Newbury in Berkshire, UK. The castle has been owned by the Carnarvon family since 1679, and the Earl and Countess Carnarvon currently live there. In 2010, film director Julian Fellows, a close friend of the family, was planning a new TV series about an aristocratic family and their servants during the early 20th century. While he was staying at Highclere Castle, he realised that it would be the perfect place to set his historical drama, and the castle was transformed into Downton Abbey, the home of the fictional Crawley family. The series was a huge success, and it has been sold all over the world. Both the interior and exterior scenes were shot in and around the castle itself. In the second TV series, the castle is used as a hospital during the First World War. These scenes are based on a real-life event. In 1914, Lady Almina Carnarvon allowed soldiers who had been wounded to be looked after in the castle. Go there. Highclere Castle and Gardens are open to the public during the Easter and summer holidays, and on many Sundays and public holidays from 10:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Visit the Egyptian Gallery, which contains many objects brought back from his travels by Lady Almina's husband, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, who famously discovered the tomb of the young pharaoh Tutankhamun.
Cortlandt Alley, New York, USA. In Hollywood's version of New York City, the giant metropolis is full of secret alleys where crimes take place and criminals are chased by the police. In fact, there are hardly any alleys in New York today at all. One of the few remaining ones, Cortlandt Alley, has been used for almost all the alley scenes in films and TV series that are set in New York. Films with scenes that were shot there include Crocodile Dundee and Men in Black 3, and TV series like Blue Bloods, Boardwalk Empire, NYPD Blue, and Law and Order. Go there. Thousands of tourists want to be photographed in Cortlandt Alley. It is on the edge of Chinatown, in Manhattan, between Franklin Street and Canal Street. In fact, it is a perfectly safe place to visit. In real life, it is not inhabited by gangsters, but is the home for perfectly respectable businesses, such as the New York Table Tennis Federation Training Centre.
Christ Church College, Oxford, UK. This wonderful 16th century college, with a spectacular tower, which was designed by the famous architect Sir Christopher Wren, has an important connection with children's literature. It was at Christ Church that Charles Dodgson, Professor of Mathematics, first met the children of the Dean, the head of the college. He used to tell them stories, and was inspired by one of the girls, Alice, to write Alice in Wonderland in 1865 under the pen name of Lewis Carroll. Many years later, Christ Church was used as the setting for several film adaptations of some other famous children's books, the Harry Potter novels. The first time Harry and his friends enter Hogwarts, they walk up the Christ Church staircase, where Professor McGonagall is waiting for them at the top. The dining room in Hogwarts is the Christ Church Dining Hall. It could not be used for filming because it was being used by students at the time, so it was recreated in a studio. Go there. Visitors are welcomed throughout the year. However, as the college is a working academic institution, some areas may occasionally be closed to the public. Opening times, Monday to Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m, Sunday, 2 p.m. to 5 p.m.
3.38.
OK, ladies. Now, can you describe the man you saw in the bank?
Well, he was, quite tall, you know. He had very long legs and quite skinny, you know, thin.
Yes, very narrow shoulders. And he had a beard and a little moustache.
No, he didn't. He had a moustache, but not a beard. It's just that I think he hadn't shaved.
No, it was a beard, I'm sure.
And anyway, Doris, you weren't wearing your glasses, so you can't have seen him very well.
I could see perfectly well.
Ladies, please. So, no moustache then?
He had a moustache, but he didn't have a beard.
And what about his hair?
Dark.
Yes, short, dark hair.
Straight?
No, curly, I'd say. Wouldn't you say, Doris?
Yes, very curly.
So dark, curly hair.
Yes, that's what we said. Are you deaf or something?
What about his eyes? Did you notice what colour they were?
Brown eyes. Nothing special. And quite small. But he had a big nose.
Yes, a very big nose.
And what time was it when you saw this man?
3.39. The body. Parts of the body. 6.
Arms.
8.
Back.
16.
Ears.
13.
Eyes.
9.
Face.
7.
Feet.
14.
Fingers.
5.
Hands.
2.
Head.
19.
Knees.
17.
Legs.
20.
Lips.
1.
Mouth.
4.
Neck.
18.
Nose.
12.
Shoulders.
10.
Stomach.
11.
Teeth.
3.
Toes.
15.
Tongue.
3.40. Verbs related to the body. 1.
Don't be frightened of the dog. He won't bite.
2.
Jason kicked the ball too hard and it went over the wall into the next garden.
3.
Don't throw stones. You might hit somebody.
4.
Something smells delicious. Are you making a cake?
5.
The stranger stared at me for a long time, but he didn't say anything.
6.
Can you taste the rice? I'm not sure if it's cooked yet.
7.
Some builders whistled when the girl walked past.
8.
Don't touch the oven door. It's really hot.
9.
The audience clapped when I finished singing.
10.
The teacher suddenly pointed at me and said, "What's the answer?" I hadn't even heard the question.
11.
In Russia, if you smile at strangers, people think you're mad.
12.
Everybody nodded in agreement when I explained my idea.
3.41. 1.
Bike. I.
2.
Train. A.
3.
Phone. O.
4.
Owl. Ow.
5,
chair, air.
6,
Ear, ear.
3.42. 1,
Bike, eye. Bite, eyes, smile.
2,
Train. A. Face. Taste.
3,
Phone, O. Nose, shoulders, throw, toes.
4,
Owl. Ow. Mouth.
5,
Chair, air. Hair, stare.
6,
Ear. Ear. Beard.
3.44.
Tony's phone is switched off. He might be on the plane now or just boarding.
Laura might not like that skirt. It's not really her style.
I don't know where Kate is. She may be at work or at the gym.
I'm surprised that Ted isn't here. He may not know that the meeting is today.
3.45.
Nigel can't earn much money in his job. He's still living with his parents.
That woman can't be Jack's wife. Jack's wife has dark hair.
3.46.
The neighbours must be out. There aren't any lights on in the house.
Your sister must have a lot of money if she drives a Porsche.
3.47.
A few years ago, I was with an Italian friend of mine called Adriana in London, and we went for a walk in Hampstead Heath, which is a big park in North London. It was a nice day, and the park was full of people. Parents with children, people walking their dogs. Anyway, we sat down on a bench to have a rest. While we were sitting there, we saw an old man walking towards us. He was walking very slowly, and he looked a real mess. He had long white hair, and he was wearing a jacket with a hole in it and old-looking shoes. And my friend said, "Oh, look at that poor man. He must be a tramp. He looks like he hasn't had a good meal for some time. Shall I give him some money?" She started to look in her bag for some money, but I looked at him again and just said, "Don't." She couldn't understand why I didn't want her to give the old man some money, and she thought I was being very mean and unfriendly.
3.48.
When the old man had gone past, I said, "Adriana, that man isn't a tramp. He's Michael Foot, an ex-politician. He used to be the leader of the Labour Party, and he's a very brilliant and intelligent man. And he definitely isn't homeless. He lives in one of the most expensive parts of London, and he certainly doesn't need any money. He just doesn't believe in dressing very smartly. Even when he was a politician, he used to look a bit of a mess." Adriana was really surprised. She said that in Italy, no politician or ex-politician would ever look like that. But I told her that in Britain, you can't always judge people by their appearance, because a lot of people, even rich people, don't worry too much about the way they dress. She was very surprised.
What does your profile picture say about you? Whether it's a photo of you on a night out or a view with your newborn baby, the image you choose to represent you on social networking sites says a lot about you. Profile pictures on Facebook and similar sites are the visual projection to friends and family of who you are and what you are like. On Twitter, where people follow both friends and strangers, profile pictures are smaller and perhaps more significant. They are often the first and only visual introduction people have to each other. So what does your profile photo say about you? According to communications consultant Terry Prone, there are 12 categories that cover most types of profile pictures. 1. The professionally taken photo.
You use social media mainly for business or career purposes.
2. Photo with your baby or child.
You want to show what you have achieved in your family life and are generally more interested in a response from women than from men.
3. Photo with a partner.
You see your other half as the most important thing in your life, and you see yourself as one half of a couple.
4. Having fun with friends.
Generally young and carefree, you want to project an image of being fun and popular.
5. Holiday photo.
You are a bit of an escapist and keen to show a different side of yourself from what you do on a day-to-day basis.
6. Photo of you as a child.
This kind of image says that you don't really want to grow up and face the future. You are nostalgic for your childhood.
7. Caricature.
Using a caricature is a way of saying that your image isn't rigid and that you don't take yourself too seriously.
8. Photo related to your name but not actually you. A shop sign or product label, for example.
You want to be identifiable, but you feel your name is more important than what you look like.
9. Photo related to your political beliefs or a team that you support.
You think that your beliefs and interests are more important than your personality.
10. Photo with a celebrity.
You think that showing yourself with a well-known person will make you seem more important.
11. Self-portrait taken with webcam or camera phone.
Functional. It says, look, I don't dress up. Take me as I am.
12. Logo of your business or company.
You only use social media in a professional capacity, and you identify more with your work role than with your private life.
3.25.
Monica?
Jenny!
Oh, wow, how are you? You look great.
Thanks, Jenny. You look really good too.
Hey, why don't we get some coffee?
I'd love to, but I'm on the way to meet... Oh, come on. 5 minutes.
So, how is everything?
Oh, great. Things couldn't be better, actually. Scott and I, we're getting married.
You're what? Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
When did you get engaged?
Only a few days ago. I'm glad I saw you, actually. I was going to call you. We've only told family so far.
I can't believe it. Monica the wife. And to think you used to go clubbing every night.
Well, that was a few years ago. All I want to do now is stay in and read wedding magazines.
And how are the plans coming along?
Oh, I haven't done anything yet. My mom and Scott's mom want to organize the whole thing themselves.
That's what mothers are for.
True. But what about you? You look fantastic.
Well, I guess I'm kind of happy too.
Uh-huh. What's his name?
Rob.
Oh, you've been keeping him very quiet. Is it serious?
It's kind of, you know.
So it is.
It's still early. We haven't been together for long. He only moved here from London a few months ago.
What? He's British? And you think you couldn't persuade him to stay in New York? That won't be easy.
I think he likes it here. You know how guys are. You never know what they're thinking.
When can I meet him?
That's him now.
3.26.
Do you mind if I join you?
Of course not. Come on, sit down.
Thank you.
I have to leave in a minute anyway.
Could I have a large latte, please?
Of course.
Rob, this is Monica.
Nice to meet you, Rob.
You too, Monica. You know, Jenny talks about you a lot. And I've seen college photos of you two together at Jenny's parents' house.
Oh, of course you have. My dad's photos?
You've hardly changed at all.
What a nice man. I can see why you like him, Jenny. The perfect English gentleman.
Your latte.
Oh, thanks. Can you pass the sugar?
Sure. Oh, sorry, guys, but I have to go.
Oh, you sure I haven't interrupted anything?
Not at all. It's just that I have to meet someone. But let's get together very soon.
We will.
Bye, Rob. Nice meeting you.
Bye.
Bye. Talk soon.
She seems like a happy person.
She is. Especially right now. She's getting married.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah, it is. I guess we're at that age now, when most of our friends are settling down and getting married.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of friends, I want to ask you a favour. Is it okay if we change our plans a bit this week?
Sure. What's up?
I've just had a call from an old friend of mine, Paul. I haven't seen him since we were at university, and he's travelling around the States at the moment. Anyway, he's arriving in New York this evening, and I've invited him to stay for the week.
Cool. It'll be fun to meet one of your old friends. What's he like?
Oh, Paul's a laugh. He used to be a bit wild, but that was a long time ago. He's probably changed completely.
Well, I'm looking forward to meeting him.
Just one other thing. Could you do me a big favour? I have to work late this evening, so would you mind meeting him at the airport?
Not at all. I'd like to meet him.
And do you think you could take him to my flat? I'll give you the keys.
No problem, Rob.
Thanks so much, Jenny. You're a real star.
.27. Asking permission. 1.
Do you mind if I join you?
Of course not. Come on, sit down.
2.
Is it okay if we change our plans a bit this week?
Sure.
Requests. Asking someone to do something. 1.
Can you pass the sugar?
Sure.
2.
Could you do me a big favour? I have to work late this evening, so would you mind meeting him at the airport?
Not at all. I'd like to meet him.
3.
And do you think you could take him to my flat? I'll give you the keys.
No problem, Rob.
3.28.
Do you mind if I join you?
Of course not.
Is it okay if...
Sure.
Can you pass the sugar?
Sure.
Could you do me a big favour? Would you mind meeting him?
Not at all.
Do you think you could take him?
No problem.
3.29.
Hey, man.
Paul!
It's great to see you, mate.
You too, Paul. It's been years. You haven't changed at all.
Just got better looking.
How come you're so late?
Paul's flight from LA was delayed, and then the traffic coming back was just awful.
But that gave us time to get to know each other.
Yeah. Paul told me all about his travels. Every detail.
And look at this. Your own New York flat. How cool is that?
It's good. Really good. But do you want something to eat? I got some things on my way home.
Stay in. It's my first night in the Big Apple. Let's go out and have a pizza or something.
I thought you'd be tired after the flight.
No way, man. I'm ready for action.
Great. I'll get my jacket.
Rob, I think I'll go home if you don't mind. I'm exhausted.
Oh, okay then.
So it's a boys' night out.
Just like the old days.
And after the pizza, we can go on somewhere else. Rob, we've got a lot to talk about.
3.30.
Hey, man. It's great to see you, mate.
How come you're so late?
No way, man.
Rob, I think I'll go home if you don't mind.
Just like the old days.
Rob, we've got a lot to talk about.
3.49. Maria.
Do you prefer doing sport or watching it?
That's quite a difficult question. I think maybe I like both, but maybe I prefer watching sport because I can watch a wide variety then.
What sport do you do?
Oh, I go running. 5k, 10k, that's the most I'll do.
What sports do you most like watching?
I most like watching Formula One and athletics.
Why?
Formula One, I don't know, I got into it because my dad used to watch it, and so I watched it at the same time, and now I keep up with it, and I'm interested in the people that do it and things like that. So, yeah. And the athletics because I run, so there's a connection there.
Adrian.
Do you know anyone who has gone out with someone they met on the internet?
Yes, I do. I know of a couple of people.
How did it work out?
One person, an old friend of mine, it didn't work out that well because the person, I think, looked better on the internet than they did in real life. And the second person, I think they went on and got married, so I think it can work well.
Ryder.
Have you ever cheated in an exam?
Yes, many.
How did you cheat?
Oh, I've used all different types of techniques. Sometimes I've written things on my palm. Other times I've just put a book on my lap. Sometimes I've put answers on my cell phone. But it was only for subjects that I really didn't like, and I knew that would never have anything to do with my career. So I didn't feel bad about cheating on a math test.
Were you caught?
I don't think I've ever been caught, no. I'm really good at it.
Helen.
What's your favourite film of all time?
My favourite film is Dirty Dancing.
How many times have you seen it?
Probably about 25.
Why do you like it so much?
Because it has romance, it has dancing, which I like, and it has nice, good-looking men.
Liz.
Do you have a profile photo?
I do, yes.
What is it?
It is a picture of me wearing a silly hat at a hat party.
Why did you choose it?
Just because it was quite funny and, I look quite strange in it, but I think it's probably a bit more exciting to have that than just a standard pose.
The importance of doing what you love. When I was growing up, all I wanted to be was an artist. When I got to high school and could choose what classes to take, I took every art class that was available. Painting, drawing, photography, you name it, I took the class. Then I took a chemistry class. I loved it. It was fun, and I was good at it. I started thinking, wouldn't I make more money if I went into the sciences instead of being a starving artist? So I threw away the art school applications and went to study chemistry. College was fun, and when I graduated with my chemistry degree, I went to graduate school in Washington, D.C. to do a PhD program in chemistry. It was okay to start with, But after the first year, I was completely depressed. I hated the program. It was dry and boring. But I didn't know what to do about it. I spent the next month feeling bad about my failure, unsure what to do next. Finally, I went to a work agency to get a job. Something, anything that would pay money. I got a temporary job filling envelopes at an NGO. One day they needed some graphic design, and I volunteered. This was the major turning point in my career. Over the next few months, they gave me more and more design work. What began as a temporary post turned into a permanent job. I was finally doing something I loved, and I was making money doing it. It's been difficult at times, but I really love my job. Believe me, it is far more important that you are happy and get to do what you're passionate about every day and get paid less for it than to dread getting up in the morning because you dislike what you do.
4.4.2 1.
History.
2.
Geography.
3.
Literature.
4.
Information technology.
5.
Physics.
6.
Maths.
7.
Biology.
8.
Chemistry.
4.3 Education. The school system in the UK and the US. In the UK,
Children start primary school when they're 5. Before that, many children go to nursery school. For example, between the ages of 2 and 4, but this is not compulsory. From 11 to 18, children go to secondary school. The majority of schools in the UK, about 90%, are state schools, which means that they're paid for by the government, and education is free. The other 10% are private schools, where parents have to pay. A few of these are boarding schools, where children study, eat, and sleep. There are also some religious schools, where the teachers may be priests or nuns. School children are usually called pupils, not students, which only refers to people who are at university. And the person who is in charge of a school is called the head teacher. The school year is divided into 3 terms. If you want to go to university, you have to take exams in your last year, and if your results are good enough, you get a place. A person who has finished university and has a degree is called a graduate.
4.4 In the US,
The school system is divided into 3 levels: elementary school, middle school, sometimes called junior high school, and high school. In almost all schools at these levels, children are divided by age groups into grades. The youngest children begin with kindergarten, followed by first grade, and continue until 12th grade, the final year of high school. The school year is divided into 2 semesters. Higher education is often called college in the U.S.
4.5 Verbs 1.
Discipline is very strict in our school. If children behave badly, for example if they cheat in an exam, they will probably be punished and might even be expelled.
2.
Mark has to take an important English exam next week. He hopes he'll pass, but he hasn't had much time to revise, so he's worried that he might fail.
4.6
Boot. Ooh. Rude. Rules. True.
Up. Lunch. None. Result. Study. Subject.
Bull. Full. Put.
You. Education. Music. Pupil. Student. University.
4.7. 1.
What subject did you study at university?
2.
Do pupils at your school wear a uniform?
3.
Most students have lunch in the canteen.
4.
I usually get good results in my music exams.
4.8. Part 1.
Gareth had only 8 weeks for the experiment, during which time he would be teaching 3 days a week. His aim was to try to improve the boys' reading age by 6 months. On the other 2 days, the boys would have normal lessons with the girls. His plan was based on his own experience of being a learner and from talking to educational experts. He had 3 main principles. First, that it was essential to make the work feel like play. If I can do that, the boys will learn, said Gareth. The second principle was competition. Gareth says boys absolutely love competition. It has gone out of fashion in British schools, but I think it's really important. Boys have to learn to lose and to fail and to come back from that. If you've never done that until you fail your A-levels or until you go for your first job interview and don't get the job, then you've got a problem. The third thing Gareth thought was important was to allow boys to take risks, all kinds of risks. Not just physical risks like climbing trees, but doing things like acting in front of other people. Doing things which are a bit scary but which are very motivating if you manage to do them.
4.9. Part 2.
When Gareth started, he made some changes to the way the children were learning. The boys spent a lot of time outside, and they did PE, physical education, every day before normal lessons began. They even made their own outdoor classroom. Gareth also tried to involve the boys' parents as much as possible in their education, and he visited them at their homes on several occasions. Gareth set up 3 major activities for the boys to help improve their language skills. The first activity was a school debating competition against the girls. The topic that the children had to debate was computer games should be banned. When they started to prepare for the debate, the boys weren't very enthusiastic, but soon they started to get more involved. In the end, the girls won the debate, but the boys had learned to argue and make points, to express themselves better. They were disappointed not to have won, but they wanted to do it again. Next, Gareth organised a reading World Cup, where the boys had to read in teams. Some of the boys couldn't read very well, but they all got very excited about the World Cup and became much more enthusiastic readers. There was a prize for the winners, and this really motivated the boys. Finally, the boys, working with the girls, had to write their own play and perform it at the local theatre. The play they wrote was about Romans and aliens. All the children, boys and girls, worked really hard, and although some of them felt very nervous before they performed the play, it was a great success, and the boys especially were thrilled. Gareth said afterwards, it was a risk, and it was scary, but it was good scary.
4.10. Part 3.
The boys had a great time with Gareth as their teacher, but at the end of the 8 weeks, had their reading really improved? In the last week of the term, they had to do their national reading exams. The exams were independently marked, and when the results were announced, the boys had made great progress. All of them had improved by 6 months, and some of them had advanced the equivalent of 2 years in just 8 weeks.
.11 Olivia.
What subjects did you take?
Physics, chemistry, maths and biology.
Do you think you've passed?
I'm sure I've passed, but I'm worried about what grades I'll get.
Why?
Because I want to study medicine at university, at Cambridge, and they won't give me a place unless I get at least 3 A's.
Do you think you'll get them?
I don't know. I think I did okay, but I'm a bit worried about maths.
When will you get your results?
Tomorrow, by post. I'm really nervous, and so are my parents. When the post comes, I'll take the letter upstairs and open it on my own.
And how will you celebrate if you pass?
I don't want to plan any celebrations until I get the results.
What will you do if you don't get the grades you need?
I don't want to think about it. If I don't get into Cambridge, my parents will kill me. No, I'm joking. I suppose I'll do another year at school and take the exams again.
Well, good luck.
Thanks.
4.12 Tomasz.
What exam did you take?
I took IELTS. I don't actually know what the letters stand for, but it's an important international English exam.
Why did you take it?
I want to work as an air traffic controller, and you need a good qualification in English. I need to get at least a 6.5 in the exam.
Do you think you'll get it?
I think so. I'm quite optimistic. I think I did the exam quite well.
When will you get the results?
In 2 weeks' time. They send them by post.
How will you celebrate if you pass?
I'll go out for dinner with my girlfriend.
And what will you do if you don't get a 6.5? Will you carry on studying English?
Yes, of course. I need it. I'll carry on studying and I'll take the exam again as soon as I can.
Good luck.
4.13 1.
They won't give me a place unless I get at least 3 A's.
2.
When the post comes, I'll take the letter upstairs and open it.
3.
I don't want to plan any celebrations until I get the results.
4.
If I don't get into Cambridge, my parents will kill me.
5.
I'll take the exam again as soon as I can.
4.14
Olivia, I can see from your face that the results weren't exactly what you wanted. Am I right?
Yeah, I got an A in chemistry and biology, but only a B in physics and a C in maths. Not nearly good enough.
So, what are you going to do now?
Well, first I'll see if I can get a place at another university. But I don't think that I'll be able to, so I'll probably retake my A-levels again next year.
Were your parents angry?
No, my mum and dad have been really nice. They know how disappointed I am.
Well, Tomasz, how did you do?
I got a 7. I'm really pleased. It's even better than I expected.
So, have you booked the restaurant?
Yes, well, my girlfriend has. We're going to my favorite place, and I'm really looking forward to it.
4.15 1.
If you work hard, you'll pass your exams.
The boss won't be very pleased if we're late for the meeting.
2.
Come and see us next week if you have time.
3.
Alison won't get into university unless she gets good grades.
I won't go unless you go too.
4.16.
As soon as you get your exam results, call me.
We'll have dinner when your father gets home.
I won't go to bed until you come home.
I'll have a quick lunch before I leave.
After I finish university, I'll probably take a year off and travel.
4.17. 1.
If I had a job, I'd get my own flat.
If David spoke good English, he could get a job in that new hotel.
I would get on better with my parents if I didn't live with them.
I wouldn't do that job unless they paid me a really good salary.
2.
If your sister were here, she'd know what to do.
If it was warmer, we could have a swim.
3.
If I were you, I'd buy a new computer.
4.18. 1.
If I lived on my own, I'd have to pay rent.
2.
Would you leave home if you got a job?
3.
Even if I could afford it, I wouldn't move out.
4.
If it were my flat, I'd be happy to do the cleaning.
5. I'd get on better with my parents if I didn't live at home.
4.19. Houses. Where people live. 1.
I live in the country, surrounded by fields.
2.
I live on the outskirts of Oxford, about 5 miles from the centre.
3.
I live in a village.
4.
I live in Aldborough, a small town on the east coast.
5.
I live on the second floor of a large block of flats.
6.
I live in Croydon, a suburb of London, about 10 miles from the city centre.
4.20. Parts of a house or block of flats. A flat. 2.
Balcony.
5. Basement.
3.
Entrance.
4. Ground floor.
1.
Top floor.
A house. 1.
Chimney.
7.
Gate.
5.
Path.
2.
Roof.
4.
Steps.
3.
Terrace. Patio.
6.
Wall.
4.21. Describing a house or flat. 2.
I live in a cottage in the country. It's old and made of stone, and the rooms have very low ceilings. There's an open fire in the living room, and it's very cosy in the winter.
1.
I live in a modern flat in the city centre. It's spacious and very light, with wooden floors and big windows.
4.22.
In 1885, Tchaikovsky wrote to a friend, "These days I dream of settling in a village not far from Moscow, where I can feel at home." First, he rented a small house in the village of Medanovo. But Medanovo was too full of tourists in the summer, and Tchaikovsky had too many visitors, when what he wanted was peace and quiet. Eventually, he found the perfect house in the small town of Klin. It was 85 kilometres northwest of Moscow, and he lived there until his death on the 6th of November, 1893. It is the place where he wrote his last major work, his Sixth Symphony, or the Pathétique, as it's sometimes called. It's a grey wooden house with a green roof. Tchaikovsky's servant Alexei lived on the ground floor, and the kitchen and dining room were on the first floor. Tchaikovsky himself lived on the second floor. The sitting room and study, where his piano is located, is the largest room in the house, and there is a fireplace and a bookcase with his music books. His writing desk, where he wrote letters every morning after breakfast, is at the end of the room. But the place where he composed music was in his bedroom, on a plain, unpainted table overlooking the garden. In his final years, Tchaikovsky's great love was his garden. It was not a tidy English-style garden, but more like a forest. He adored flowers, particularly lilies of the valley. And after his death, his brother Modeste, who had decided to turn the house into a museum, planted thousands of lilies of the valley around the garden. In 1917, after the Bolshevik Revolution, an anarchist named Doroshenko lived there with his family. People say that he fired shots at the portrait of Pope Innocent hanging in one of the bedrooms. He was finally arrested in April, and the house became the property of the state. Since 1958, the winners of the annual International Tchaikovsky competition have all been invited to come to Klin to play his piano. And there is a tradition that each musician plants a tree in his garden, in the hope that, like his music, it will remain beautiful forever.
.23 1.
My dream house would be in one of our national parks like Yellowstone or Redwood. It would be totally green. I'd have solar panels and wind turbines, and I'd collect rainwater. The house would be made of wood and would be heated by wood fires. I would try to live off the land as much as possible, and I'd plant vegetables and fruit and maybe have chickens. It would all be organic, with no pesticides or anything like that.
2.
My dream house would be in Paris. It'd be on the top floor of an old apartment building, and I'd have a view of the Eiffel Tower or Notre Dame. It will be full of furniture that I'd found in antiques markets, places like that, and amazing paintings, one of which would turn out to be an undiscovered Picasso or Matisse. There would be a beautiful old dining table and chairs for candlelit dinners. Then all I'd need would be the right person to share it with.
3.
My dream house would be a flat in Soho in New York. It wouldn't be too big. It'd just have a couple of bedrooms and a huge living room with a home cinema. It would be very modern and incredibly practical, with things like automatic temperature control, a kitchen with all the latest gadgets, if possible, a stove that would produce amazing meals on its own. I'm a lazy kind of guy.
4.
If I had to choose where to live, I'd choose Hawaii. So, my dream house would be made of glass, with the most amazing view of the beach from every room in the house. And it'd have indoor and outdoor pools. And maybe a tennis court. I'm quite sporty. It would also have a big indoor aquarium. There's something so peaceful about looking at fish. And fabulous bathrooms, of course.
4.24. 1,
It would be totally green.
2,
There would be a beautiful old dining table.
3,
It wouldn't be too big.
4,
It'd have indoor and outdoor pools.
4.32.
We're talking about great new shopping websites, and I think we have time for one more. Janice, can you tell us about it?
Well, it's called neverlikedItanyway.com. It's a very clever name for a website, as you'll hear. This site was the idea of an American woman called Annabelle Acton. She was living in New York with her boyfriend, who was English. He had invited her to travel to London with him at Christmas to meet his family. But 5 days before Christmas, they broke up. Now, unlike some of us, Annabelle didn't want to sit around crying and eating ice cream. She wanted to do something positive.
So what gave her the idea for the website?
Well, after the breakup, Annabelle was left with a plane ticket to London that she didn't need. She also had jewellery that she didn't want anymore, and she had tickets to a concert that she didn't want to go to without her boyfriend. She also had paintings which they had bought together, which she didn't want on her wall anymore. She didn't want any of these things herself, but she thought someone somewhere would probably like to buy them, and that's what gave her the idea to set up the website.
What exactly is it?
Well, it's a website where people who have just broken up with a partner can sell presents and other things that they don't want anymore, maybe because they remind them of their ex, or maybe, as the name suggests, because they never liked these things anyway. And the idea, which I think is brilliant, is that they also tell the personal story behind the thing they are selling. Annabelle calls it sell and tell.
What kind of things do people sell on the website?
Oh, everything. From something as small as a teddy bear to really expensive things like an engagement ring or a holiday. To give you an idea, today on the site, one seller is offering a 3-day honeymoon package at a luxury hotel in New York, and a woman is selling her ex-boyfriend's car. And they're selling all these things at very good prices. So on Never Liked It Anyway, you can get a bargain and also help someone who is going through a breakup.
Thanks, Janice. And that's all we've got time for today.
4.33.
I like travelling.
She said that she liked travelling.
I'm leaving tomorrow.
He told her that he was leaving the next day.
I'll always love you.
He said that he would always love me.
I passed the exam.
She told me that she had passed the exam.
I've forgotten my keys.
He said that he had forgotten his keys.
I can't come.
She said that she couldn't come.
I may be late.
He said that he might be late.
I must go.
She said that she had to go. 4.34.
Are you married?
She asked him if he was married.
Did she phone?
He asked me whether she had phoned.
What's your name? I asked him what his name was.
Where do you live?
They asked me where I lived. 4.35.
Do you usually go shopping at the weekend? What kind of things do you buy? Did you go shopping last Saturday? What's the next thing you're going to buy?
.36.
Train. A. Complain. Email. Obtain. Paid. painting,
chair, air, airline, fare, hairdresser, repair.
computer, bargain, certain, mountain.
4.37. 1,
I'm going to write an email to the airline to complain.
2,
She said that she had paid for the repairs.
3,
You're certain to find a bargain in the sales.
4,
She did a lovely painting of the mountain.
4.38. Word building. Making nouns from verbs. 1,
compensation, demonstration, explanation.
2,
Achievement, agreement, argument, attachment, payment.
3,
Choice, complaint, delivery, loss, response, sale, success.
4.39. 1,
Have you ever opened an attachment on an email that contained a virus?
2,
Do you often have arguments with your family? What about?
3,
Do you prefer reading grammar explanations in your own language, or do you think it's better to read them in English?
4,
Have you ever made a complaint to a company and got compensation?
5,
Do you think that there's too much choice when you're shopping? For example, for a new phone?
6,
Have you ever been on a demonstration? What were you protesting about?
4.40. 1,
I was in Sydney Airport in Australia, and I got a taxi to take me to the hotel. A few minutes after he'd left the airport, the taxi driver said that his meter was broken, but that he would charge me $50, which is what he said the journey normally cost. It was my first time in Sydney, and of course I didn't have a clue what the normal fare was, so I just said OK. But later, when I was checking into the hotel, I asked the receptionist what the normal taxi fare was from the airport, and she said about $35. I was really annoyed, and I sent an email to the taxi company, but I never got a reply.
2,
I was travelling in the UK. It was a work trip, and I knew that I was going to have to answer a lot of emails during that time, so I booked a hotel in Liverpool where they advertised Wi-Fi in all the bedrooms. When I arrived, it turned out the hotel charged £16 for 24 hours Wi-Fi, which is about the same as I pay for a month's internet at home. I complained to the man at reception, but all he said was that I could use the Wi-Fi in the lobby, which was free. I wasn't very happy about it. Hotels used to make a lot of money out of customers by charging a ridiculous amount for phone calls. Now that everybody uses their mobile to make phone calls, some hotels now charge a ridiculous amount for Wi-Fi.
3,
I was in an Italian restaurant in New York recently, and I ordered manicotti, which is a kind of pasta, a bit like cannelloni, and it's filled with cheese and served with tomato sauce. Well, when it arrived, the tomato sauce was really hot, but the pasta and the filling were cold. It was like they were still frozen. Anyway, I called the waitress and she said that it couldn't be cold. So I said, "Sorry, it is cold. Do you want to try it?" So she took it back to the kitchen, and later the manager came out and apologised. And when I finally got the dish, it was good, hot all the way through. But I'd had to wait a long time for it. But later the manager came out again and offered me a free dessert. So I had a very good tiramisu for free.
The King of Complainers. Clive Zeitman loves complaining, but not shouting in hotel lobbies or angrily telling a shop assistant to call the manager or making a waitress cry. He loves complaining properly and in writing. Over the last 20 years, he has written over 5,000 letters of complaint. His successes include refunded holidays, countless free meals, and complimentary theatre tickets. So, how has he achieved this? Screaming and shouting is a complete waste of time and is usually directed at a person who is not in a position to do anything, he says. I like to write a polite letter to the company. People won't want to help you if you are aggressive. They respond much better to good manners. It all started many years ago on a boring train journey home to West London. The train passed by the McVitie's biscuit factory, and the smell of the biscuits made Clive feel hungry. He wrote a letter to the managing director to complain, in a humorous way, about the fumes coming through the carriage window. The result? Some free packets of biscuits. But since then, there have been more serious victories as well. On one occasion, he managed to get a Volkswagen Golf GTI within 24 hours for a friend who had been complaining for almost a year without any success about his faulty vehicle. On another occasion, he got a travel agent to refund the cost of a holiday worth £2,000 after Clive's wife, Bettina, broke her leg when she slipped in a puddle of water in their holiday apartment in Spain. These days there is almost nothing he won't complain about. After Clive was served mouldy strawberries on a British Airways flight, he used a courier service to send the fruit to the airline's chief executive. To compensate, BA invited his daughters, Nina and Zoe, to Heathrow to personally inspect the airline's catering facilities. I just can't bear bad service, says Clive. We have a right to good service and should expect it and demand it. In fact, what irritates me more than anything is that unlike Americans, we British are hopeless at complaining. So, how do Bettina, his wife, and daughters Nina, 22, Zoe, 18, and 12-year-old son Joe cope with living with Britain's biggest complainer? Surely he must be a nightmare to live with. Has he ever asked Bettina to explain why a meal she made is badly cooked? Oh no, of course not, says Clive. It seems there are some things even he knows you should never complain about.
How to complain successfully. Clive's top tips. 1. Don't lose your temper. Never shout and swear. It achieves nothing. Don't spoil your meal or your holiday by getting into an argument with a waiter or customer services call centre operator. Make a mental note of the circumstances and write a letter later. 2. Write a letter. Don't send emails or standard printed out complaints forms. Companies may not read these, but they probably will read a letter. And unless you are particularly fond of Vivaldi, don't waste your time ringing a customer complaints line. Your letter should be short and to the point, and should fit on one side of A4 paper. And type it. Reading other people's handwriting is hard work. 3. Know who you are writing to. Write to the company's marketing director or finance director, as they're probably the least busy. Find their name on the internet or by phoning. Writing Dear Sir or Madam is lazy. Taking the time to find a person's name and title shows initiative. 4. Threaten action. If your complaint is serious enough, make it clear you will not hesitate to change to another bank, mobile phone company. Smart companies know that changing an angry customer into a satisfied one will make the customer more loyal. 5. Don't be too specific. Don't say exactly what you expect to receive as compensation. Leave it to the company. 6. Use flattery. Use phrases like, "I can only imagine this is an unusual departure from your usual high standards," and "I would love to shop with you again if you could demonstrate to me that you are still as good as I know you used to be."
4.41 E. 1.
Claire worked for a marketing company.
I. 2.
She had to work very hard and do overtime.
G. 3.
She had a good salary, but she didn't like her boss.
D. 4.
They had an argument and Claire was sacked.
C. 5.
She was unemployed and had to look for a job.
F. 6.
She applied for a lot of jobs and sent in CVs.
H. 7.
She had some interviews but didn't get the jobs.
A. 8.
She decided to set up an online business selling birthday cakes.
B. 9.
Her business is doing very well. Claire is a success.
4.42 Work. Verb phrases. 1.
Dan has to do a lot of overtime.
He has to work extra hours.
2.
Matt got promoted last week.
He was given a more important job.
3. Most nurses have to work shifts.
Sometimes they work during the day and sometimes at night.
4. A man in our department was sacked yesterday.
The boss told him to leave.
5.
Colin was made redundant.
He lost his job because the company didn't need him anymore.
6.
The minister is going to resign.
He has decided to leave his job.
7.
Lillian is going to retire next month.
She's 65 and she's going to stop working.
8. Angela has set up a business to sell clothes online.
She had the idea and has started doing it.
9.
Everyone in the office has to do a training course.
They need to learn how to use the new software.
10.
She applied for a job.
She replied to an advert and sent in her CV.
4.43 Saying what you do. A. 1.
I'm unemployed.
2.
He's self-employed.
3.
She's well qualified.
4.
It's a temporary job.
5.
It's a part-time job.
B. 1.
I work in a multinational company.
2.
I'm in charge of the marketing department.
3.
I'm responsible for customer loans.
4.
I'm at school.
5.
I'm in my 3rd year.
4.44 Word building. A. 1.
Promote.
Promotion.
2.
Apply.
Application.
3.
Retire.
Retirement.
4.
Employ.
Employment.
5.
Qualify.
Qualification.
6.
Resign.
Resignation.
B. 1.
Science.
Scientist.
2.
Law.
Lawyer.
3.
Music.
Musician.
4.
Pharmacy.
Pharmacist.
5.
Farm.
Farmer.
6.
Translate.
Translator.
4.45. 1.
Apply.
2.
Salary.
3.
Redundant.
4.
Experience.
5.
Overtime.
6.
Permanent.
7.
Qualifications.
8.
Resign.
9.
Retire.
10.
Temporary.
4.46. 1.
I'm not very good at remembering names.
Katie's given up smoking.
2.
Driving at night is quite tiring.
Shopping is my favourite thing to do at weekends.
3.
I hate not being on time for things.
I don't mind getting up early.
4.47. 1.
My flat is very easy to find.
2.
Liam is saving money to buy a new car.
3.
My sister has never learned to drive.
Try not to make a noise.
4.48. 1.
I can't drive.
We must hurry.
2.
She always makes me laugh.
My parents didn't let me go out last night.
4.49.
Guy Jeremiah presented Aquatina. He argued that bottled water is bad for the planet because each person throws away at least 85 empty plastic bottles a year. His invention is a bottle that you can compress and keep in your pocket. Then you take it out of your pocket and fill it up when you're somewhere that has drinking water. For example, a gym, a school, or your workplace, or even a cafe which can give you tap water. He tried to convince the Dragons by showing that in the UK, more and more people are asking for tap water in bars and restaurants and are not buying bottled mineral water. He also had the idea of a phone app which could tell people where the nearest place is where they can fill up their bottle.
Kirsty Henshaw's idea was for a frozen dessert, which is a healthy alternative to ice cream. These desserts are low-fat, low in calories, and don't contain any sugar, milk or gluten, or anything that could be a problem for people with allergies. The desserts come in different flavours: chocolate, strawberry and vanilla. Kirsty came up with the idea because her son is allergic to milk, and in the summer he got very sad when all the other children were eating ice creams and he couldn't have one. Kirsty's products are currently sold in a few health food shops, but she would like to increase production and sell her desserts in big supermarkets. The desserts are called Kirsty's Freedom.
4.50.
The dragons asked Guy a lot of questions. For example, they asked him how much he was going to sell the bottle for, which was £4.99, and how much it cost him to make. Guy explained that at the moment it was costing him £1 to make each bottle, but that if he could make them in bigger quantities, it would only cost 50p. The dragons also asked how many he had sold so far, to which he answered 340. In the end, they decided that they weren't interested. Their main reason was that they thought that you could always use any empty water bottle and refill it. You don't need to buy one specially, so they couldn't believe that it would ever make any money.
The dragons were impressed by Kirsty's presentation, and they immediately asked to try the dessert. They liked it, although one of them thought it didn't really taste like ice cream, more like frozen yogurt. Kirsty explained that her dessert wasn't supposed to taste like ice cream, and that was why she had called it a frozen dessert. They also asked her how much fat there was in it, and she said less than 3%. In the end, to Kirsty's delight, they decided to invest £65,000 in Kirsty's business because they thought that there was definitely a market for her product. And since then, Kirsty's frozen desserts are now sold in two of the biggest UK supermarket chains, Waitrose and Sainsbury's. She also has a website with recipes, interviews, and all sorts of information about nutrition.
Although the dragons didn't invest in it, Guy's Aquatina is also doing well. It has its own website, and it's on sale in several UK shops and online.
In the Dragon's Den. Dragon's Den is a UK TV series with similar versions in many different countries. In the UK programme, contestants have 3 minutes to present their business ideas to 5 very successful business people. These people are nicknamed the Dragons, and the intimidating room where they meet the contestants is the Den, the Dragon's home. The Dragons, who are often multimillionaires, are prepared to invest money in any business that they believe might be a success. In return, they take a share in the profits. The contestants are usually young entrepreneurs, product designers, or people with a new idea for a service. After the contestants have made their presentations, the Dragons ask them questions about the product and its possible market, and then say if they are prepared to invest or not. If they are not convinced by the presentation, they say the dreaded words, "I'm out." So far, the Dragons have agreed to invest in 110 businesses. They were very pleased with their investment in Levi Roots, the Rastafarian singer who had the idea for reggae sauce. He came into the den with a guitar, a couple of bottles of sauce he had made in his kitchen, and nothing else. But the Dragons sensed an opportunity in the charismatic Levi, and 2 of them agreed to invest in his product. 2 months later, the sauce was on the shelves of one of Britain's biggest supermarket chains, and Levi is now running an impressive and profitable company. Paul Simpson wanted the Dragons to invest in his handmade coffee tables. They have a wooden base which look like 14th century castles and a glass top. Nobody was enthusiastic, and the Dragons rejected his idea, but Paul hasn't given up. Now he is making a new table, this time a replica of Windsor Castle, which he thinks might be popular with tourists. And that is what makes a real entrepreneur. They never give up. If the Dragons invest in them, there is a good chance they will be successful. But if they leave the den empty-handed, the determination to make it on their own is as great as ever. And of course, the Dragons don't always get it right. Inventor Rob Law's product, a suitcase for children which they can also ride on, was rejected as worthless. One dragon thought it was not strong enough, and another dragon, who runs a holiday company, said she didn't think there was a market for the product. A third dragon simply said, "I meet people like you all the time. You think you have something, but you don't." However, today Trunky cases are bestsellers and are sold in 22 different countries.
4.26.
Oh, bad luck, mate.
Yes. Nice shot.
I've had years of practice.
You used to play pool a lot at university.
You did too?
Yeah. I don't really have the time anymore.
Or anybody to play with.
Oof.
So, what do you do in your free time?
The magazine keeps me pretty busy. And when I'm free, I'm usually with Jenny.
Your turn. Don't blow it.
What is it?
I was just thinking about you.
What about me?
Do you remember the great times we had at uni? You had such crazy hair. The last time I saw you, it was blonde.
Oh, don't remind me.
Those were the days. But look at you now with your girlfriend and your 9-to-5 job. If you don't come back to London soon, you'll become an all-American boy.
Oh, come off it.
It's true. I mean, just look at that shirt.
What's wrong with my shirt?
You look like a businessman. Did you buy it?
Me? No, it was a present from Jenny.
I thought so.
What does that mean?
Well, it's Jenny's taste.
Yes, and I really like it.
Jenny seems to know what she wants, and she probably gets it.
That's one of the things I like about her. Oh, terrible.
You said it.
Sorry, Paul. We've got to go.
Oh, come on, Rob. We haven't even finished the game.
Another time. Jenny's waiting for us.
Jenny. Right.
$4.27.
Oh, yeah. That was good. So, what should we do now?
What do you want to do?
Well, I haven't been on a dance floor for weeks now. I've got to move my body. Let's go dancing.
I'm going running in the morning. Why don't you join me?
No, thanks. I'm not very keen on running. But I've read about this place called Deep Space where they play great music. We could go there.
A club?
Don't you feel like dancing?
Not on a Wednesday night. How about going to the late show at MoMA?
MoMA? What's that?
MoMA? It's the Museum of Modern Art. There's a Kandinsky exhibition.
That isn't exactly my idea of a great night out.
What about staying in and watching a movie on TV?
I'm in New York. I can watch TV anywhere.
Oh.
Who's that?
Oh, it's a text from Kerry. She's doing a gig at the Bowery Ballroom.
Kerry who?
Kerry Johnson. I interviewed her last week.
Kerry Johnson? I've seen her play live. She's cool. Do you like her, Jenny?
I have to admit, I'm not crazy about her music. Or her, for that matter.
I didn't think so. So, shall we go there?
Why not? Actually, Kerry's staying very near here, and she doesn't know New York very well. We could meet her outside and go together.
That's a great idea.
I'll send her a text.
I think I might have an early night. You two can go on your own.
Are you sure you don't mind?
Of course she doesn't mind.
No, Rob, it's fine. I have another busy day tomorrow. You do too, actually.
I know, we're meeting Dawn. I haven't forgotten. Oh. Ah, it's Kerry. She's on her way now.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Hello?
Hi, Monica. It's not too late to call, is it?
Jenny! No, why?
Are you okay?
I need to talk.
Can you come over? Why don't you take a cab?
Okay, thanks.
Four 4.28. 1.
What shall we do now?
What do you want to do?
Well, I haven't been on a dance floor for weeks now. I've got to move my body. Let's go dancing.
2.
I'm going running in the morning. Why don't you join me?
No thanks. I'm not very keen on running. But I've read about this place called Deep Space where they play great music. We could go there.
3.
How about going to the late show at MoMA?
MoMA? What's that?
4.
What about staying in and watching a movie on TV?
I'm in New York. I can watch TV anywhere.
5.
I didn't think so. So shall we go there?
Why not?
6.
We could meet her outside and go together.
That's a great idea.
4.29.
What shall we do now? Let's go dancing.
Why don't you join me?
No thanks. I'm not very keen on running. We could go there.
How about going to the late show? What about staying in?
Shall we go there?
Why not? We could meet her outside.
That's a great idea.
4.30.
Rob?
Hi, Jenny.
Are you okay? Where are you anyway?
I'm at home. I'm feeling terrible. We got back really late last night.
Now, why doesn't that surprise me? You know, you're not a student anymore.
I know. There was a party after the gig. Kerry invited us, and of course, Paul said yes.
And this morning's meeting? In 10 minutes?
That's why I'm calling. I'm not going to make it. I'm really sorry.
Rob, it's a very important meeting. I'll cover for you this time, but I won't be able to do it again.
It won't happen again, I promise. Anyway, Paul's leaving.
He's leaving?
That's right. He's off to Boston this afternoon.
Maybe that's a good thing. I mean, it's not that I don't like Paul, but...
I know.
I have to go. Talk to you later.
Jenny, have you seen Rob? I wanted to have a word with him before the meeting, and he isn't even here.
I know. He just called to say he can't make it.
He what?
I was with him last night. He wasn't feeling very well. But it's okay. He told me everything I need to know for the meeting.
Oh. Okay, then.
You know, Rob, he's such a professional.
4.31.
Where are you anyway?
That's why I'm calling. I'm not going to make it. It won't happen again. He's off to Boston this afternoon.
I mean, it's not that I don't like Paul, but...
I wanted to have a word with him before the meeting.
He's such a professional.
4.52. Lizzie.
Do you think children learn better in mixed schools or single-sex schools?
Interesting one. I went to a mixed primary school and a single-sex secondary school. In terms of learning, I think I probably was better off in a single-sex school.
Why?
Lack of distraction.
Ian.
Do you prefer buying in shops or online?
It depends what it is. If I know what I want, and I can find it on the internet, then the convenience is great. So I like that. But if I don't know what I want, and certainly if it's like clothes which I want to try on, then I'd prefer actually going to a shop.
Simon.
Have you ever sold anything online?
Yes, I have sold on eBay.
What was it?
I sold a couple of things. I sold a computer scanner and a camera.
Did you get what you wanted for it?
Yes, I think so. I set what I thought was a fairly realistic price for them, and I got what I expected.
Joe.
If you could change one thing about your flat, what would it be?
Right now we don't have any artwork up on the walls, so I would definitely want to get some more pictures or maybe a couple of paintings to put up.
Why would you change it?
The walls are just really bare, so it doesn't feel very inviting when people come over. It just looks very, very plain.
Simone.
What's more important to you about a job? Having a good salary or doing something you really enjoy?
Definitely doing something I really enjoy.
Why?
Doing the course I study at university, I could become a banker, but I don't want to because I don't think I'd enjoy that, even though I'd earn lots of money. So I want to do something I enjoy. Yeah.
5.2.
The ticket inspector touched my arm. Listen, he said, when we get to Peterborough station, run as fast as you can to platform 1. The Leeds train will be there. I looked at him without really understanding what he had said. What do you mean? I said. Is the train late or something? No, it's not late, the ticket inspector said. I've just radioed Peterborough station. The train is going to wait for you. As soon as you get on, it'll leave. The passengers will complain, but let's not worry about that. You'll get home, and that's the main thing. And he walked away. I suddenly realised what an amazing thing he had done. I got up and went after him. I wanted to give him everything I had, all the money in my wallet, but I knew he would be offended. I grabbed his arm. I just wanted to... But I couldn't continue. It's okay, he said, no problem. I wish I had a way to thank you, I said. I really appreciate what you've done. No problem, he said again. Listen, if you want to thank me, the next time you see someone in trouble, help them. That will pay me back. And tell them to do the same to someone else. It'll make the world a better place. When the train stopped, I rushed to platform 1, and sure enough, the Leeds train was there waiting. And a few hours later, I was with my mum in hospital. Even now, years later, whenever I think of her, I remember the good ticket inspector on that late-night train to Peterborough. It changed me from a young man who was nearly a criminal into a decent human being. I've been trying to pay him back ever since then.
5.3.
If I'd known about the meeting, I would have gone.
If James hadn't gone on that training course, he wouldn't have met his wife.
You wouldn't have lost your job if you hadn't been late every day.
Would you have gone to the party if you'd known Lisa was there?
5.4. 1.
If I'd known you were ill, I would have come to see you.
2.
If the weather had been better, we would have stayed longer.
3.
If I hadn't stopped to get petrol, I wouldn't have been late.
4.
We would have missed our flight if it hadn't been delayed.
5.5. 1.
It would have been much quicker if we'd taken a taxi.
2.
She wouldn't have found out if you hadn't told her.
3.
The tickets would have been cheaper if we'd booked them earlier.
4.
If you hadn't done your homework so quickly, you wouldn't have made so many mistakes.
5.
I would have lent you some money if you'd asked me.
5.6.
Apart from the hockey players, he also gives the examples of the Beatles, the most famous rock band of all time, and Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft. The Beatles were really lucky to be invited to play in Hamburg in 1960. The club owner who invited them normally only invited bands from London. But on one trip to the UK, he met an entrepreneur from Liverpool who told him that there were some really good bands in that city. When the Beatles arrived in Hamburg, they had to work incredibly hard. They had to play for up to 8 hours a night in the club, 7 nights a week. As John Lennon said later, "We got better and we got more confidence. We couldn't help it with all the experience we got from playing all night long in the club." By 1964, when they became really successful, the Beatles had been to Hamburg 4 times and had already performed live an estimated 1,200 times, far more than many bands today perform in their entire careers. Bill Gates's huge stroke of good luck came in 1968, when the high school he was at decided to spend some money they'd been given on a computer. This computer was kept in a little room that then became the Computer Club. In 1968, most universities didn't have a computer club, let alone schools. From that time on, Gates spent most of his time in the computer room, as he and his friends taught themselves how to use it. "It was my obsession," Gates says of those early high school years. "I skipped athletics. I went up there at night. We were programming at weekends. It would be a rare week that we wouldn't get 20 or 30 hours in." So Gates was unbelievably lucky to have access to a computer, but of course he also put in all those hours of practice, too. Talent, Gladwell concludes, is obviously important, but there are many talented people out there. What makes just a few of them special is that they are lucky and that they put in far more hours of practice than the rest.
5.7. Word building. Making adjectives and adverbs.
Luck. Lucky. Unlucky. Luckily. Unluckily.
Fortune. Fortunate. Unfortunate. Fortunately. Unfortunately.
Comfort. Comfortable. Uncomfortable. Comfortably. Uncomfortably.
Patience. Patient. Impatient. Patiently. Impatiently.
Care. Careful. Careless. Carefully. Carelessly.
5.8. 1.
The beach was beautiful, but unfortunately it rained almost every day.
2.
My new shoes are very comfortable. I wore them for the first time yesterday and they didn't hurt at all.
3.
He did the exam quickly and carelessly, and so he made lots of mistakes.
4.
We were really unlucky. We missed the flight by just 5 minutes.
5.
Jack is a very impatient driver. He can't stand being behind someone who is driving slowly.
6.
It was a bad accident, but luckily nobody was seriously hurt.
7.
It was raining, but fans waited patiently in the queue to buy tickets for tomorrow's concert.
8.
The roads will be very icy tonight, so drive carefully.
9.
The temperature dropped to -10 degrees, but fortunately we were all wearing warm coats and jackets.
10.
The bed in the hotel was incredibly uncomfortable. I hardly slept at all.
The ticket inspector. I was living in a student flat in North London when the police knocked on my door one night. I thought it was because I hadn't paid the rent for a few months, so I didn't open the door. But then I wondered if it was something to do with my mother, who I knew wasn't very well. There was no phone in the flat, and this was before the days of mobile phones, so I ran down to the nearest phone box and phoned my dad in Leeds in the north of England. He told me that my mum was very ill in hospital and that I should go home as soon as I could. When I got to the station, I found that I'd missed the last train to Leeds. There was a train to Peterborough from where some local trains went to Leeds, but I would miss the connection by about 20 minutes. I decided to get the Peterborough train. I was so desperate to get home that I thought maybe I could hitchhike from Peterborough. "Tickets, please." I looked up and saw the ticket inspector. He could see from my eyes that I'd been crying. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Of course I'm okay," I said. "You look awful," he continued. "Is there anything I can do? You could go away," I said rudely. But he didn't. He sat down and said, "If there's a problem, I'm here to help." The only thing I could think of was to tell him my story. When I finished, I said, "So, now you know. I'm a bit upset and I don't feel like talking anymore, okay?" "Okay," he said, finally getting up. "I'm sorry to hear that, son. I hope you make it home." I continued to look out of the window at the dark countryside. 10 minutes later, the ticket inspector came back.
The students. I was living in South Korea at the time, teaching English. I had to leave the country and return again because of problems with my visa, so I booked a ferry to Fukuoka in Japan. I intended to change some Korean money into Japanese yen when I got there, but when I arrived, I discovered it was a holiday in Japan and all the banks were closed. I didn't have a credit card, so I walked from the ferry terminal towards the town, wondering what I was going to do without any Japanese money. I was feeling lonely and depressed when suddenly I heard a young couple speaking French. I asked them if they spoke any English, and they told me, in good English, that they were Belgian students. When I explained my problem, they immediately offered to take me around the city and look for somewhere where I could change money. They paid for my bus ticket and they took me to several places, and in the end we found a hotel where I was able to change my cash. They then invited me to join them and their friends for the evening. I had a fantastic night and have never forgotten how they changed all their plans just to help a stranger.
The Angel. It was a cold Sunday evening in Manchester. I was a university student and my girlfriend and I had been invited to dinner with our tutor at his house 30 kilometres away. We decided to go on my motorbike, but we hadn't realised how cold it was, so we hadn't dressed properly, and after 10 minutes on the bike we were absolutely freezing. When we were about halfway there, the bike started to make a funny noise and then stopped. We had run out of petrol. We stood at the side of the road, shivering with cold and not sure what to do. Suddenly, a passing car stopped. The driver got out, opened the boot of his car, and took out a can of petrol. He walked up to my bike, opened the petrol tank, and poured the petrol in. He then closed the tank and got back into his car without saying a single word and drove away. We couldn't believe our luck. We sometimes wonder if the man who rescued us was an angel.
A question of luck? What is the question we always ask about successful people? We want to know what they're like, what kind of personalities they have, or how intelligent they are, or what kind of lifestyles they have, or what special talents they might have been born with. And we assume that it is those personal qualities that explain how that individual gets to the top of his or her profession. But according to Malcolm Gladwell, in his book Outliers, we're asking the wrong questions. He thinks that while talent is obviously a factor, there are two other more important ones that make a person successful. The first of these factors is luck. He begins with the example of sports players. In recent research done on various groups of elite ice hockey players from Canada and the Czech Republic, one fascinating fact came to light. In both countries, it was discovered that 40% of the players in the top teams were born between January and March, 30% between April and June, 20% between July and September, and only 10% between October and December. The explanation was simple. The school year in these countries runs from January to December. A boy who is 10 on January the 2nd will be in the same class as one whose 10th birthday is on December the 30th. The chances are the first boy will be bigger, stronger, and more coordinated. He is much more likely than the other boy to be chosen to play in junior teams. He will then get better coaching than the others and will play many more games, so will also get more practice. In the beginning, his advantage isn't so much that he is more talented, simply that he is older. He was lucky enough to be born in the first months of the year. But by the age of 13 or 14, with the extra coaching and practice, he really will be better than the others, and far more likely to be successful. The extra practice is vital, because the second factor that Gladwell believes is of great importance in determining whether somebody is going to be successful or not is what he calls the 10,000 hours theory. This theory, based on studies in many different fields, says that in order to get to the very top, you need to put in 10,000 hours of practice, whether it is playing an instrument or a sport or programming a computer.
5.10. 1.
My uncle and aunt have a lot of money.
Nina has lots of clothes.
2.
James eats a lot.
3.
There aren't many cafes near here.
Do you have many close friends?
Do you watch much TV?
I don't eat much chocolate.
4.
Don't run. We have plenty of time.
5.11. 1.
Do you want some more ice cream?
Just a little.
The town only has a few cinemas.
2.
I'm so busy that I have very little time for myself.
Sarah isn't popular and she has very few friends.
5.12. 1.
I don't like this city. It's too big and it's too noisy.
2.
There's too much traffic and too much noise.
There are too many tourists and too many cars.
3.
There aren't enough parks and there aren't enough trees.
The buses aren't frequent enough.
The buses don't run frequently enough.
5.13. 1.
There isn't any room in the car.
We don't have any eggs.
2.
There's no room in the car.
We have no eggs.
3.
How many eggs do we have?
None. I've used them all.
5.14.
Up. Enough. Tough.
Horse. Or. Bought. Brought. Caught. Daughter. Thought.
Phone. Oh. Although.
Car. Are. Laugh.
Boot. Ooh. Through.
Clock. Cough.
5.15. 1.
I thought I'd brought enough money with me.
2.
My daughter's caught a bad cold.
3.
I bought it, although it was very expensive.
4.
We've been through some tough times.
5.
I didn't laugh. It was a cough.
5.16. 1.
A switch.
2.
A plug.
3.
Headphones.
4.
A remote control.
5.
A screen.
6.
A keyboard.
7.
A mouse.
8.
A speaker.
9.
A memory stick.
10.
An adapter.
11.
A USB cable.
12.
A socket.
5.17. 1. C.
I changed the heating from 20 degrees to 18 degrees. I turned it down.
2. F.
I disconnected my iPod from the computer. I unplugged it.
3. D.
I made the volume on the TV louder. I turned it up.
4. A.
I pressed the off button on the TV. I switched it off.
5. G.
I programmed the alarm on my phone. I set it for 7:30.
6. E.
I put my phone charger into a socket. I plugged it in.
7. B.
I pressed the on button on my laptop. I switched it on.
5.18 A.
I switched it off.
B.
I switched it on.
C.
I turned it down.
D.
I turned it up.
E.
I plugged it in.
F.
I unplugged it.
G.
I set it for 7:30.
5.19 Part 1.
And now it's time for our book of the week, which is The Winter of Our Disconnect by Susan Mousehart. Jenny, to start with, it's a good title, isn't it?
Yes, brilliant. And it was a fascinating experiment and a good read.
Tell us about it.
Well, Susan Mousehart is a journalist who's bringing up 3 teenage children. She decided to do the experiment after reaching a point where she felt that the whole family, especially her children, were all living in their own little worlds, with headphones on, plugged into their laptops or their iPods or their smartphones, and that they weren't relating to the other people in the family.
So it wasn't just her children who were permanently plugged into an electrical device?
Well, she admits that she herself was quite addicted to her phone and to her iPod and her laptop, and that she was constantly reading news sites and Googling information, but it was really her children who were totally dependent on new technology. In the book, she makes the interesting distinction between digital immigrants and digital natives.
What does that mean?
She describes herself as a digital immigrant. That's to say, someone who didn't grow up with digital technology, which is really anyone who was born before 1980. Her children are digital natives, which means that they were born after computers and the internet were already part of life.
Well, that's me then.
Yeah. Well, the main difference, she says, is that digital immigrants use the technology to find information or to listen to music, but digital natives live and breathe the technology. So for them, living without it is like living without water, without electricity, in the Dark Ages.
What were the rules of the experiment?
The family had to live for 6 months without using any electrical gadgets in the house with a screen. So, no smartphones, no TVs, no laptops or computers, no video consoles, and no iPods. They were allowed to use technology at school or at friends' houses or in internet cafes. And they were allowed to use landline phones, but everything else was switched off for the whole 6 months.
6 months? Gosh, how on earth did she get the children to agree?
She bribed them. She told them she was going to write a book about the experiment and that they would share in any profits that she made from the book.
Wow. No, that was very clever of her.
5.20 Part 2.
So, what were the results? Was it a positive experience?
At the end of the book, Susan says that it was a positive experience in every way. At first, of course, the kids complained bitterly. They kept saying they were bored. But then they started to talk to each other again, to go and sit in each other's rooms and chat. They got interested in cooking and reading. They went to the cinema together. They played CDs on the CD player. And they actually sat and listened to the music instead of just having music on their headphones all the time as background music. And Susan's 15-year-old son started playing the saxophone again. He'd stopped playing a few years before, but then he started having lessons again and even started giving concerts. Oh, and the children said that they slept better.
Oh, well, that's good. Yeah. But I mean, what about the children's schoolwork?
I mean, nowadays we sort of assume that everyone needs the internet to do research for homework and so on.
In fact, the children's school reports showed that they all improved. When they needed the internet, they used the computers at school or at university. The eldest daughter was at university. Or they went to friends' houses. But when they did their homework, they did it better than before because they weren't multitasking. They weren't doing homework and listening to music and sending messages all at the same time.
Right.
So they concentrated better and their schoolwork improved.
What about Susan, the mother? Did she find it difficult to live without modern technology?
What she found most difficult was writing her weekly article for the newspaper, because she had to do it by hand and not on her laptop. She says that at the beginning, her hand used to really ache. She just wasn't used to writing by hand anymore, but that was just a small problem.
Any other negatives?
Well, of course, the phone bill for their landline was enormous.
But it was.
I can imagine.
Has the experiment had a lasting effect?
Susan says that it has. She thinks that they all get on much better as a family. Her son is still playing the saxophone, and he sold his video console. They've all realised that we live in a digital world, but that we need to disconnect from time to time and to reconnect to the people around us. So they have new rules in the house, like no TVs in bedrooms and no TV in the kitchen where they eat, and no wasted hours on the internet.
Sounds great. That would be a good rule for me too.
5.21. Part 3.
OK, so imagine you all did the experiment. What would you miss the most? Sally?
Well, I already live without the internet many weekends because we have a house in the country in the middle of nowhere where there's no internet coverage. So I know that what I would miss most is being able to Google information, like the phone number of a restaurant or what time a film starts. Or even, dare I say it, the football results. I don't have a TV, so I wouldn't miss that. But I would miss not having the internet.
Andrew?
Well, I simply couldn't live without a computer or a laptop because I work from home, so I don't have an office to go to, and I absolutely need the internet too. I couldn't do the experiment. I just wouldn't be prepared to go to an internet cafe all day to work. Susan, the journalist who did the experiment, only had to write 1 column a week, but I work from home 8 hours a day.
Jenny?
I think I could do it. I think I could easily live without any of these electrical gadgets at home. I mean, I have my office, so I could use the internet there. I don't use an iPod. I still prefer to listen to CDs.
You old dinosaur.
Yes, I know. And I don't watch much TV. I am quite attached to my BlackBerry, but I wouldn't mind using a normal phone for 6 months. I don't think there's anything I'd miss too much.
And finally, Nick, our only digital native.
Well, I'm sorry, but I just wouldn't be prepared to even try the experiment. Not even for a week, let alone 6 months. I wouldn't be prepared to live without my phone. I use it for everything. Phoning, music, the internet. So no, I wouldn't do it.
Not even if you were offered money?
It would have to be a huge amount of money. No, I'm definitely not going to do it.
No, shame on you.
Information overload. If you type the words information overload into Google, you will immediately get an information overload. More than 7 million hits in 0.05 seconds. Some of this information is interesting. For example, you learn that the phrase information overload was first used in 1970, actually before the internet was invented. But much of the information is not relevant or useful. Obscure companies and even more obscure bloggers. Information overload is one of the biggest irritations in modern life. There are news and sports websites to watch, emails that need to be answered, people who want to chat to you online, and back in the real world, friends, family and colleagues who also have things to tell you. At work, information overload is also causing problems. A recent survey has shown that many company managers believe that it has made their jobs less satisfying and has even affected their personal relationships outside work. Some of them also think that it is bad for their health. Clearly, there is a problem. It is not only the increase in the quantity of information, it is also the fact that it is everywhere, not just in the home and in the workplace. Many people today do not go anywhere without their smartphones. There is no escape from the internet. Scientists have highlighted 3 big worries. Firstly, information overload can make people feel anxious. There is too much to do and not enough time to do it. People end up multitasking, which can make them even more stressed. Secondly, information overload can make people less creative. Research shows that people are more likely to be creative if they are allowed to focus on one thing for some time, without interruptions. Thirdly, information overload can make people less productive. People who multitask take much longer and make many more mistakes than people who do the same tasks one after another. What can be done about information overload? One solution is technological. There is now a computer program or app you can install called Freedom, which disconnects you from the web at preset times. The second solution involves willpower. Switch off your mobile phone and the internet from time to time. The manager of an IT company puts thinking time into his schedule, when all his electronic devices are switched off so that he isn't disturbed. This might sound like common sense, but nowadays, although we have more information than ever before, we do not always have enough common sense.
5.28. 1.
Steve Jobs was born in San Francisco in 1955.
2.
He dropped out of Reed College in Oregon after just 6 months.
3.
His first job was with Atari, the video game company.
4.
The Apple Macintosh was the first successful computer to use a mouse.
5.
He co-founded Pixar in 1986, the company that produced Toy Story.
6.
He died of cancer of the pancreas in 2011.
7.
He was only 56 years old when he died.
5.29. 1.
Julia's the woman who works in the office with me.
It's a self-help book which teaches you how to relax.
That's the house where I was born.
2.
Is Frank the man whose brother plays for Manchester United?
It's a plant whose leaves change colour in spring.
3.
I've just had a text from the girl I met on the flight to Paris.
This is the new phone I bought yesterday.
5.30.
This painting, which was painted in 1860, is worth millions of pounds.
Last week I visited my aunt, who's nearly 90 years old.
Burford, where my grandfather was born, is a beautiful little town.
My neighbour, whose son goes to my son's school, has just remarried.
5.31. The London Tube Map.
By the 1930s, the London Underground had become very large. This made it difficult to show the new lines and the new stations on a traditional kind of map. and passengers complained that the existing map was confusing. In 1931, a designer called Harry Beck was asked to design a map which was easier to read. His map, which was based on an electrical circuit, represented each line in a different colour. This map, which is still used today by thousands of people, both Londoners and tourists, is perhaps one of the most practical design icons ever. However, the London Tube map doesn't represent distances correctly. People sometimes think if a place is one stop away, then it must be very near. But in fact, there's a big difference in distance between different stations. So, for example, Covent Garden Station is only 260 metres from Leicester Square, whereas the distance between Marble Arch and Bond Street, which looks the same distance on the map, is over a kilometre.
The London Eye.
The London Eye has become an iconic London landmark since it was opened in 2000 to celebrate the new millennium. It is a symbol of modern Britain, and it has been called London's Eiffel Tower. However, when it was originally designed by husband and wife team Julia Barfield and David Marks, people thought it would only be used during the year 2000, the millennium year, or perhaps just for a few years more. Nobody expected it to be so successful. Today, it is one of the UK's most popular tourist attractions and is visited by over 3.5 million people a year. The wheel has 32 capsules, which each carry up to 25 people, and they give visitors views of up to 40 kilometres from the top.
Penguin Books.
Penguin Books was founded by a publisher called Alan Lane in 1935. He was at a bookstall on a railway platform looking for something to read, but he could only find magazines. He decided that people needed to be able to buy books that were good quality fiction but cheap, and not just in traditional bookshops, but also on railway stations and in chain stores. Lane wanted a dignified but amusing symbol for the new books. His secretary suggested a penguin, and an employee was sent to London Zoo to make drawings of penguins. The first penguin paperbacks appeared in the summer of 1935. They included the works of Agatha Christie and the American writer Ernest Hemingway. The classic cover was invented in 1946. The books were colour-coded, orange for fiction, blue for biography, and green for crime. The way people thought about books had changed forever. The paperback revolution had begun. The cover designs have changed a lot over the years, but the original 1946 cover, which is considered a design icon, was recently brought back and is also used on mugs, notebooks, and other items.
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album cover.
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album was the Beatles' 8th studio album, and it was released in June 1967. It includes songs like Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds and A Day in the Life, and it became one of the best-selling albums of all time. The iconic album cover was designed by the English pop artist Peter Blake. It shows the band posing in front of a collage of some of their favourite celebrities. The celebrities include the actors Marlon Brando, James Dean, and Marilyn Monroe, the writer Oscar Wilde, the psychiatrist Sigmund Freud, the singer Bob Dylan, and the comedians Laurel and Hardy. Peter Blake later complained that he was only paid £200 for what became one of the most famous album covers ever.
5.32
Football pitch.
Speed camera.
Sunglasses.
Town hall.
Bookcase.
Classmate.
Profile picture.
1. The Macintosh Classic was the personal computer which was made by Apple in 1990. It had a 23cm monochrome screen and a 4 MB memory. It was cheaper than earlier Apple computers and very easy to use. It was their first commercially successful computer.
2. Stephen Wozniak is the American computer engineer and programmer whose computer designs became the original Apple I and Apple II computers. He and Steve Jobs became friends when they were both working at Hewlett-Packard. They started making computers in Jobs' parents' garage, and together they founded Apple Computers, now Apple Inc., in 1976.
3. Mona Simpson is Steve Jobs' sister. Jobs was adopted when he was born, but in the 1980s he found his biological mother, who told him that he had a sister. Mona and Steve met for the first time in 1985, when she was 25 and he was 30, and they became very close. They kept their relationship secret for a year until Mona introduced Steve as her brother at the party which she gave to celebrate the publication of her first novel, Anywhere But Here.
4. Mountain View is the area in California where Steve Jobs grew up. He was born in San Francisco and was adopted by Paul and Clara Jobs. When he was 6 years old, the family moved to Mountain View, which was becoming a center for electronics. People began to call the area Silicon Valley because silicon is used to manufacture electronic parts. 5. This is the logo which was designed by Jonathan Mack, a Chinese design student from Hong Kong, as a tribute to Steve Jobs when he died. The design, which used Jobs' silhouette incorporated into the bite of a white Apple logo, became a worldwide internet sensation. The teenager said that Jobs had inspired him to become a designer.
5.34. 1.
Detectives.
2.
Witnesses.
3.
Victims.
4.
Murderer.
5.
Murder.
6.
Evidence.
7.
Suspects.
8.
Solve.
9.
Prove.
5.35.
Good morning, and thank you for coming, Mr. Morton. Or should it be Inspector Morton? You were a detective with Scotland Yard, weren't you?
Yes, that's right. For 25 years. I retired last year.
People today are still fascinated by the identity of Jack the Ripper, around 125 years after the crimes were committed. It's incredible, isn't it?
Well, it's not really that surprising. People are always interested in unsolved murders, and Jack the Ripper has become a sort of cult horror figure.
Who are the main suspects?
Well, there are a lot of them, but probably the best known are Prince Albert, Queen Victoria's grandson, the artist Walter Sickert, and a Liverpool cotton merchant called James Maybrick. And recently we've heard about another possible suspect, a German sailor called Karl Feigenbaum.
5.36.
Patricia Cornwell, in her book Jack the Ripper, Case Closed, said that she had identified the murderer and that she was convinced that Jack the Ripper was in fact Walter Sickert, the painter. What evidence did she put forward to support this claim?
Well, she mainly used DNA analysis. She actually bought a painting by Sickert at great expense, and she cut it up to get the DNA from it. People in the art world were furious.
I can imagine.
And then she compared the DNA from the painting with DNA taken from the letters that Jack the Ripper sent to the police. Patricia Cornwall says that she's 99% certain that Walter Sickert was Jack the Ripper.
But you don't think she's right, do you?
No, I don't. I don't think her scientific evidence is completely reliable. And there's a lot of evidence which says that Sickert was in France, not London, when some of the women were killed.
What about James Maybrick? Do you think he was the murderer?
Well, somebody found a diary which is supposed to be his, where he admits to being Jack the Ripper. But nobody has been able to prove that the diary is genuine, and personally, I don't think he was the murderer.
And Prince Albert, the Queen's grandson?
Well, this for me is the most ridiculous theory. I can't seriously believe that a member of the royal family could be a serial murderer. In any case, Prince Albert was in Scotland when at least 2 of the murders were committed.
There's been another recent theory, hasn't there, that Jack the Ripper was German?
Yes, this is a new theory based on new research by a Jack the Ripper expert called Trevor Marriott, who's in fact another retired detective like me. He believes that Karl Feigenbaum, a German sailor, was responsible for some, if not all, the 5 murders. Feigenbaum was executed in the electric chair in New York in 1894 for the brutal murder of a woman. And after his death, his lawyer said that he was convinced that his client was Jack the Ripper. Marriott has discovered that Feigenbaum was a member of the crew of a ship that was in London at the time of the murders, so it's perfectly possible that he could have been the Ripper.
Do we know what he looked like?
Well, there are no photos of Feigenbaum, but Marriott has made a computer image of him based on descriptions from when he was in prison.
So who do you think the murderer was?
I can't tell you because I don't know.
So you don't think we'll ever solve the mystery?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think one day the mystery will be solved. Some new evidence will appear, and we'll be able to say that the case of Jack the Ripper is finally closed. But at the moment, it's still a mystery, and people like a good mystery.
5.37 1.
You were a detective with Scotland Yard, weren't you?
2.
It's incredible, isn't it?
3.
But you don't think she's right, do you?
4.
There's been another recent theory, hasn't there?
5.38
It's cold today, isn't it? She isn't here today, is she?
You're Polish, aren't you? You aren't angry, are you?
They live in Ankara, don't they? They don't smoke, do they?
The match finishes at 8 o'clock, doesn't it? Lucy doesn't eat meat, does she?
Your sister worked in the USA, didn't she? You didn't like the film, did you?
We've met before, haven't we? Mike hasn't been to Rome before, has he?
You'll be okay, won't you? You won't tell anyone, will you?
You'd go on holiday with me, wouldn't you? Sue wouldn't quit her job, would she?
5.39
Your surname's Jones, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And you're 27, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
You weren't at home last night at 8 o'clock, were you?
No, I wasn't. I was at the theatre.
But you don't have any witnesses, do you?
Yes, I do. My wife was with me.
Your wife wasn't with you, was she?
How do you know?
Because she was with me, at the police station. We arrested her yesterday.
5.40 1.
Your surname's Jones, isn't it?
2.
And you're 27, aren't you?
3.
You weren't at home last night at 8 o'clock, were you?
Four.
But you don't have any witnesses, do you?
Five.
Your wife wasn't with you, was she?
$5.41 The Case for the Defence by Graham Greene. Part 1.
It was the strangest murder trial I have ever attended. They named it the Peckham murder in the headlines, although Northwood Street, where Mrs. Parker was found murdered, was not actually in Peckham. The prisoner was a well-built man with bloodshot eyes. An ugly man, one you wouldn't forget in a hurry, and that was an important point. The prosecution intended to call 4 witnesses who hadn't forgotten him, and who had seen him hurrying away from the little red house in Northwood Street. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Mrs. Salmon, who lived at 15 Northwood Street, had been unable to sleep. She heard a door shut, and so she went to the window and saw Adams, the accused, on the steps of the victim's house. He had just come out and he was wearing gloves. Before he moved away, he had looked up at her window. Henry McDougall, who'd been driving home late, nearly ran over Adams at the corner of Northwood Street because he was walking in the middle of the road looking dazed. An old Mr. Wheeler, who lived next door to Mrs. Parker at number 12 and was woken up by a noise and got up and looked out of the window, just as Mrs. Salmon had done, saw Adams's back, and as he turned, those bloodshot eyes. In Laurel Avenue, he had been seen by yet another witness.
5.42 Part 2.
I understand,
the lawyer for the prosecution said,
that the defence intends to plead mistaken identity. Adams's wife will tell you that he was with her at 2 in the morning on February the 14th. However, after you've heard the witnesses for the prosecution and examined carefully the features of the prisoner, I don't think you will be prepared to admit the possibility of a mistake.
Mrs. Salmon was called again. She was the ideal witness, with her slight Scottish accent and her expression of honesty and kindness. There was no malice in her, and no sense of importance. She told them what she had seen and how she had rung the police station.
And do you see the man here in court?
She looked straight at the big man in the dock, who stared hard at her with his bloodshot eyes, without emotion.
Yes,
She said.
there he is.
You are quite certain?
She said simply.
I couldn't be mistaken, sir.
Thank you, Mrs. Salmon.
The lawyer for the defence began to cross-examine Mrs. Salmon.
Now, Mrs. Salmon, you must remember that a man's life may depend on your evidence.
I do remember it, sir.
Is your eyesight good?
I have never had to wear spectacles, sir.
You're 55 years old, aren't you?
56, sir.
And the man you saw was on the other side of the road. Is that right?
Yes, sir, he was.
And it was 2 o'clock in the morning. You must have remarkable eyes, Mrs. Salmon.
No, sir. There was moonlight, and when the man looked up, he had the lamplight on his face.
And you have no doubt whatever that the man you saw is the prisoner?
None whatever, sir. It isn't a face you can easily forget.
$5.43 Part 3.
The lawyer for the defence took a look round the court for a moment. Then he said,
Do you mind, Mrs. Salmon, examining again the people in court? Stand up, please, Mr. Adams.
There, at the back of the court, with a well-built body and a pair of bloodshot eyes, was a man who looked exactly like the prisoner. He was even dressed the same, a tight blue suit and a striped tie.
Now, think very carefully, Mrs. Salmon. Can you still swear that the man you saw in Mrs. Parker's garden was the prisoner, and not this man, who is his twin brother? You can't be sure, can you?
Of course she couldn't. She looked from one to the other and didn't say a word. The prisoner sat in the dock, and the other man stood at the back of the court, and they both stared at Mrs. Salmon. She shook her head. That was the end of the case. None of the witnesses were prepared to swear that it was the prisoner he'd seen. The brother had his alibi too. He had been with his wife. And so the man was acquitted because there was no evidence. But whether he committed the murder, or whether it was his brother, I don't know. That extraordinary day had an extraordinary end. I followed Mrs. Salmon out of the court. There was a big crowd of people outside the courtroom who were waiting, of course, for the twins. The police tried to make the crowd go away, but all they could do was keep the road clear for traffic. The police tried to get the twins to leave by a back door, but they refused. One of them, no one knew which, said,
"Why by the back door? I've been acquitted, haven't I?"
And they walked out of the front entrance. Then it happened. I don't know how, though I was only 6 feet away. The crowd moved, and somehow one of the twins was pushed onto the road right in front of a bus. He gave a scream, and that was all. He was dead. His brother looked straight at Mrs. Salmon. He was crying, but whether he was the murderer or the innocent man, nobody will ever know. But if you were Mrs. Salmon, could you sleep at night?
$5.22.
Yeah? Hi there. It's me. Should I come up? Paul.
That's right.
Hi.
Hi. Are you okay?
Yes, fine, thanks. It's just that
What?
I wasn't expecting to see you.
Really? Well, as you can see, I'm still here. It seems Rob just can't live without me. Yeah, he's going to miss me when I'm gone. But not for long. We'll meet up again when he goes back to London.
Goes back?
Yeah. He told me last night that he was planning to leave New York pretty soon.
He what?
Oh, hi, Jenny. Do you want some breakfast? I've got bagels.
No, thank you, Rob. Why don't you two enjoy them?
What's wrong? No idea. I just said you were planning to leave New York soon, and she...
You what? I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. This New York life isn't you, Rob, and you know it.
No, I don't. I like New York, and Jenny's here.
Oh, come on. What's the big deal? It's not like you want to marry her.
Well...
What? You do?
Look, Paul, I'm serious about New York, and I'm serious about Jenny. And I want you to leave, today.
You're joking, mate.
No, I'm not. I'll even buy the ticket.
5.23.
Hi, Jenny.
Rob?
Paul told me what he said to you, and it's not true. I'm not planning to leave New York.
Oh, really? Could you tell me why Paul is still in your apartment?
Well, he couldn't get a ticket to Boston.
But you told me he was going a few days ago. Or was that another lie?
No, of course it wasn't. He couldn't get a ticket. The buses to Boston were all full.
So, do you know if he's got one now?
I bought it. He's leaving this evening. But that isn't really the issue here, is it? You have to believe me, I don't want to leave New York.
How can I believe you? I know you're missing London because you said the same thing to Carrie at the restaurant. Look, Rob, I'd like to know what you really want.
What do you mean?
When you and Paul were together, it was like you were a different person.
You know what Paul's like. What was I meant to do? But that isn't the kind of life I want anymore. I'm not like that.
I know you're not. But I wonder if you really want to be here. I wonder if...
Jenny, what is it?
Forget it.
Jenny, what are you worrying about?
I don't know if this is going to work out.
You're not serious.
I'm just not sure if we want the same things anymore.
That's crazy.
Jenny, good morning, Rob.
Don?
I need a word. Can you tell me what you decided at the last meeting?
Right away, Don. Rob was just leaving.
$5.24. 1.
Could you tell me why Paul is still in your apartment?
Well, he couldn't get a ticket to Boston.
2.
Do you know if he's got one now?
I bought it. He's leaving this evening.
3.
Look, Rob, I'd like to know what you really want.
What do you mean?
4.
I wonder if you really want to be here. I wonder if...
Jenny, what is it?
5.
I need a word. Can you tell me what you decided at the last meeting?
Right away, Don. Rob was just leaving.
5.25.
Could you tell me why Paul is still in your apartment? Do you know if he's got one now? I'd like to know what you really want. I wonder if you really want to be here.
Can you tell me what you decided at the last meeting?
$5.26.
But what can I do, Jenny? What can I say to convince you I'm serious?
I don't know, Rob.
Wait. What Paul said just isn't true.
It isn't just what Paul said. It's obvious you want to go back.
Of course I miss London, but I love my life here. What proof do you want of my commitment to New York? To you? To everything?
I don't know.
There must be something I can do.
Look, we're going to see my parents later. I don't want us to be late.
We won't be late. And I won't forget the chocolates this time either.
Well, that's a start, I guess.
But Jenny, we need to talk about this.
We don't have time to discuss it now.
Jenny!
What is it?
What if I proposed to you?
Proposed?
That's right. Proposed.
Like, will you marry me?
Exactly.
On one knee?
I can do that. So, what would you say?
Rob, stop it. It's embarrassing.
Tell me.
Are you for real?
Yes, I am, actually. What about you?
Yes.
5.27.
It's obvious you want to go back.
Of course I miss London, but I love my life here. And I won't forget the chocolates this time either.
Well, that's a start, I guess.
What if I proposed to you?
Rob, stop it. It's embarrassing.
(5.44) Lizzie.
Have you ever helped a stranger or been helped by a stranger?
Somebody fainted on the tube, so I helped her, took her off to the platform, and then walked with her to a cab stop so that she could get a taxi home.
Harry.
Do you think we rely too much on technology?
Definitely think people nowadays rely on technology far too much.
Why?
I think people are very afraid of being without a mobile phone and not being able to contact other people. And they don't have the same skills that people used to have. The ability to read a map, the ability to live without a mobile phone.
Are there any gadgets you just couldn't live without?
I think the gadget that I would find hardest to give up is actually a mobile phone, because when I go for long bike rides, I like to know that I've got a phone with me in case my bike falls apart, I get a puncture, and I need to call for help.
Sean.
Do you like detective or mystery novels or TV series?
I do, yes.
Do you have a favourite author or detective?
I do like Raymond Chandler and the Philip Marlowe character.
Do you usually guess who the murderer is?
I don't, but I don't usually try to. I think I quite like just to wait and find out what happens.
Isabel.
Do you have a favourite designer?
I think my favourite designer is Alexander McQueen, who's a clothing designer, though it's too expensive so I can't buy any of the clothes, but I like looking at pictures of them.
Why do you like his clothes?
Because they are very, very unusual and they use lots of very interesting materials, and they're different designs. They're not just using designs from the past.
Giles.
Do you think you are generally a lucky person?
Yes, I suppose I think I possibly am a lucky person. I certainly wouldn't count myself as unlucky, but I haven't won the lottery yet, but I'm enjoying life, and I think that's possibly as lucky as you can hope to be.
Can you think of a time when you've been really lucky?
Yes, I was very lucky when I was on holiday in Australia, and I was due to catch my flight back to England, but I turned up a day late and I'd missed it. But luckily there was one spare space on the plane leaving that day, and they were able to put me on it.